To the sixth hearing of the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission's 2025 annual report cycle. Thank you for joining us today. We welcome our witnesses and are grateful for their joining us to share their expertise. I'd also like to extend our appreciation to the Senate Finance Committee for the use of their hearing room, as well as the Senate Recording Studio for their assistance in live streaming this event. For those attending in person or watching online, witness testimony and a transcript of this hearing will be available on the Commission's website. Finally, I want to welcome two new commissioners to the Commission, Commissioner Chris Levin, appointed by Leader Jeffries, and Commissioner Josh Hodges, appointed by Speaker Johnson. Welcome. Today's hearing will examine how China is deepening its leverage over critical supply chains and factors of production through overcapacity, foreign investment, and other means. We will also look at the actions governments and entities can take to protect their supply chains and economic security, as well as the gaps that remain. China's manufacturing trade surplus has doubled over the past 5 years, reaching $1.9 trillion in 2024. Spurred by weak domestic demand and overinvestment in industrial capacity, Chinese overcapacity shows no signs of abating. China is on track to hold 45% of global manufacturing capacity by 2030, up from 35% in 2023. The United States and many of our allies and partners experienced the first China shock deeply. Manufacturing communities were hollowed out by dumped and subsidized goods. Firms that did survive were weakened by loss of export markets to subsidized goods flooding the world. Emerging economies are now experiencing the same. They are facing a flood of Chinese subsidized exports, even while China is focusing on emerging technologies and industries, placing continued strain on U.S. advanced manufacturers. Since 2021, China has shifted over $250 billion in exports from advanced economies to emerging markets. China's latest available trade data shows that exports to ASEAN grew 21% over the year before. The endless flow of subsidized Chinese goods is decimating local manufacturers, gutting jobs, and preventing industrialization. New production is often Chinese-owned and managed, deepening factors of influence. Chinese companies operating worldwide and global dependence on Chinese inputs have blurred the definition of a, quote, Chinese good. Diversifying away from China almost always involves Chinese-owned companies and Chinese-made components, undermining the ability to leverage geographic diversification as a proxy for supply chain security. We have begun to address supply chain risks stemming from Chinese overcapacity. However, the scope of the problem is enormous. Over 1/3 of U.S. industries source a majority of their imports from China. Significant challenges remain, including coordination across government agencies, sustained commitment to long-term investments, and effective engagement and coordination with allies and partners. I look forward to hearing from today's witnesses on concrete steps we must take to tackle this challenge head-on. I would like to thank my fellow commissioners for their participation, our witnesses for their testimony, and the staff for their support in organizing today's hearing. I will now turn over to my colleague and co-chair for this hearing, Commissioner Leland Miller.
Thank you, Commissioner Shimavonian. And thank you to our witnesses for joining us today and for the work you've put into your testimonies. We're now in an era where national trade policy is getting a huge amount of attention. But you can't fix trade policy if you have effectively granted control over key supply chains to your competitors and adversaries. The United States today confronts the reality that the health of its economy and the resilience of its defense industrial base rely on critical supply chains that flow through China and are exposed to Chinese Communist Party leverage. China is the dominant and often sole supplier of inputs across numerous U.S. industries, particularly in the pharmaceutical and electronic sectors, which we'll focus on today. In printed circuit board fabrication, an often underappreciated but essential part of modern electronics, Chinese firms control over 2/3 of the global market. In pharmaceuticals, over 60% of all U.S. drugs contain key inputs from China as well as India, which itself is heavily reliant on Chinese chemical inputs. Control over these sectors grants Xi Jinping enormous leverage over our economy. The time to start acting was long ago, but now we're at the point where refusing to confront these issues head-on risks nothing short of a national security failure. China's recent restrictions on U.S. access to gallium, germanium, antimony, graphite, certain rare earths, and other critical minerals demonstrate Beijing's willingness to exercise its leverage. Tariffs may be a part of the solution, but a whole-of-government effort is needed to develop alternatives to these supply chain choke points. The consequences of inaction could be disastrous, and the impact will be seen not just in our economic data, but in our hospitals and pharmacies, in our military, and in all electronics that are crucial to the modern economy. Meanwhile, China is pursuing a deliberate strategy to deepen global reliance on its production. Witnesses will focus on two sectors, advanced pharmaceuticals and foundational semiconductors, also known as legacy chips, where Chinese industrial policies are starting to swamp us. And yet, exports of overcapacity in these sectors may look different than in the past. In advanced biopharmaceuticals, Chinese biopharma companies are reshaping supply chains not through production, but by licensing and contracting drugs developed within China's heavily state-subsidized industry. In foundational chips, Chinese-made semiconductors threaten to flood the U.S. market as components embedded in electronics, rather than simply competing chip for chip with U.S. firms. Nonetheless, with Chinese state-subsidized chip makers displacing foreign firms as suppliers to China's massive electronics industry, the consequence of this collapsing market will be felt all the same by U.S. chip companies and ultimately the broader economy. Bold and creative solutions are needed to resolve both long-standing supply chain vulnerabilities and these emerging areas. I look forward to insights and perspectives from our panelists on these important issues.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Trade surplus system, challenging U.S. efforts to diversify and deepening third countries' dependence on China. We'll start with Mr. Adam Wolfe. Economics and labor. Ms. Todd will discuss how the United States can adapt its economic policy toolkit to address evolving threats from China's non-market policies and practices, along with additional measures to deal testimony. To your remarks, I ask that you all keep your remarks to 7 minutes.
It's a bit of a surprise to be here talking China's integration into global value chains in the early 2000s resulted in some portion of U.S. manufacturing capacity being offshored to China. And that resulted in the loss of maybe 1 million manufacturing jobs in the U.S., although the numbers around that are still highly disputed. But there's wide agreement that large-scale offshoring of production to China basically ended in 2000. Disappeared after that. I think you're right to be having this hearing today, because if we shift our perspective from the U.S. labor market and look at China's manufacturing sector, then I think it's clear that some sort of new shock has been emerging since 2020. First, consider what happened during the original China shock. From 2002 to 2007, China in volume terms, 0.7 percentage points of global these dynamics all stalled or reversed. China's share of global exports stabilized, at least in volume terms. The product mix of its exports hardly changed at all. And its trade surplus declined sharply as a share of its own output and held relatively steady as a share of global GDP. But then starting in 2020, China's global export share has been rising again. It's up about 4 percentage points in volume terms since then. The product mix of its exports has begun to shift again as well, this time towards transport equipment and industrial supplies. Points of its own GDP, 7 percentage points of global GDP. And it's this combination of rapid export growth, industrial upgrading, and import substitution that's raised global concerns about a new China shock. But there is one critical difference from their original shock, and that's the price dynamics behind it. In the early 2000s, China was a deflationary force because it was integrated into the global economy when its overall price level was very low. But throughout that China shock period, its export prices rose 45% as its wages and domestic prices gradually converged towards global levels. This time, though, China's export prices have been falling sharply, and its export prices have fallen mostly because its overall price level has been falling. We suggest that excess capacity has been the major factor China come from. And products in many of those sectors have been growing fast as a share. As an example, China is now the leading producer of EVs. But excess capacity in the sector has also led to a brutal price war in the domestic market, which encouraged the most capable firms to look abroad for sales. China's EV exports have increased by a factor of 22 since 2020, helping it to become the world's largest exporter of passenger cars. Electric motors, even larger glut of capacity for making ICE vehicles. It was also redirected. Bigger story. And of the increase in China's auto exports since 2020 has come from ICE vehicles. And this is a story that we see repeated over a number of different industries. Capacity that was almost entirely devoted to serving the domestic market before 2020 has been exports since then. Factor in domestic demand, its industrial policies to find the origins of the shock. And I would suggest that it was the 5-year plan that was approved by the Communist Party in 2020. One of the main aims of that plan was to hold the manufacturing share of GDP basically stable. Almost before the ink was dry on the plan, we see this enormous shift in credit flows from real estate to manufacturing. And that led directly to China's ongoing housing bust. The resulting decline in construction activity and household sentiment has weighed on domestic demand since then. Yet China keeps plowing more and more resources into its manufacturing capacity, and so its goods producing sector must increasingly rely on foreign demand. Now, the good news, I think, is that the US looks relatively insulated from this new shock. Its manufacturing sector isn't particularly concentrated in the product categories where China's exports have been surging. It's also not particularly reliant on exports in the first place, so it has less to lose from increased competition in third markets. And its high tariff wall has protected its domestic market from a surge in China's exports, even if that's come with other costs that might be even more detrimental to the economy over the longer run than the China shock would be. But many of the US's allies are not so well placed. Germany, France, and others in Western Europe look particularly vulnerable. So does Japan. Their manufacturing sectors are heavily concentrated in the areas where China's exports are growing the fastest. Plus, relatively insulated is not the same as immune, and we should remember that the original China shock was not actually large in terms of the overall employment in the US. yet the scars are still there in many communities where factories were shut down. For this reason, I think the best response to the new shock would be one that's closely coordinated with our allies, and it should focus on shuttering China's excess capacity in tradable goods. But I'll conclude my remarks here, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfe. Ms. Todd.
Commissioner Schmovonian, Commissioner Miller, other members of the Commission, thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. The topic of China Shock 2.0 is an important and urgent one. Commissioner Schmovonian and Mr. Wolfe provided some of the compelling data on China's domination of the global market. China achieves this dominance through its extensive non-market policies and practices, which undermine fair competition and create dependencies that can be weaponized. The consequences for U.S. supply chains have been significant. The United States is directly reliant on China for certain critical minerals, active pharmaceutical ingredients, clean energy technologies, certain machinery, and other goods, all of which, not coincidentally, overlap with China's designation of strategic and emerging sectors. These dependencies come with significant risks to our workers, our manufacturers, communities, defense industrial base, and more. China's tactics for achieving and maintaining dominant positions in global supply chains may change, but the risks to U.S. economic and national security remain the same and could increase if we do not take steps to defend against these unfair trade practices and promote U.S. supply chain resilience. In light of these risks, I have 4 main points that I want to convey to the Commission today. My first point is that the United States should seek to combat the impact of China's non-market policies and practices and China Shock 2.0 as part of a broader strategy to achieve supply chain resilience. Under the Biden administration, the White House completed comprehensive assessments of critical supply chains for the purpose of addressing vulnerabilities and threats to our security. These should be continued, and our responses to China's non-market policies and practices should be incorporated into that broader effort. Historically, our actions against China's unfair trade practices have been ad hoc and targeted at a single finished product at a time. But China has pursued policies that allow them to distort and monopolize entire global supply chains, which demands more than ad hoc action and a fulsome approach to finished products, as well as crucial inputs and components. Additionally, in some cases, China's practices may be the primary cause for a supply chain dependency. But in other cases, reduced domestic capacity or limited supply of an input from another country could be the bigger issue. A broader resilience strategy will ensure we properly identify the supply chain risks and address them holistically. My second point is that the United States should take early and comprehensive action to respond to China's non-market policies and practices. Supply chain dependencies can take time to materialize, but once they do, they can be difficult to reverse. Policy interventions are likely to be more successful if they are deployed before choke points have developed and before U.S. industry has been harmed. We should prioritize ongoing supply chain assessments in critical sectors to facilitate these responses before the vulnerabilities occur. In addition, comprehensive responses are necessary to achieve our supply chain resilience goals. Tariffs by themselves, for example, may be insufficient to expand domestic production or develop alternative input sources. And conversely, incentives for U.S.-based manufacturing alone may be undermined by unfairly traded imports. The United States has an extensive menu of authorities that can respond to China Shock 2.0 and contribute to our supply chain resilience efforts. I'm going to list a few here. Trade enforcement actions, export controls, entity list designations, procurement policies, domestic investments, overseas financing and strategic projects, U.S. market standards, import transparency requirements, and many others. Our supply chain resilience efforts should leverage an appropriate and well-coordinated mix of these and other affirmative and defensive measures based on the specific vulnerabilities in a sector, and we should update our responses over the long term. My third point is we need a modern, effective toolkit to achieve these comprehensive responses. China modifies its tactics as necessary to achieve its goals. We should similarly modify our toolkit. In China Shock 2.0, we see increased ownership of key raw material sources around the world, investment by Chinese state-owned enterprises in other countries, and export controls limiting access to critical minerals, to name a few. These actions are no less threatening to our supply chain resilience than surges of Chinese imports in the U.S. market. Our toolkit needs to be able to respond more capably to the current threats and to future ones, too. As a first step to modernizing our toolkit, we should consider updates to the laws that have played a central role in our responses to date. These include Title VII of the Tariff Act of 1930, Section 201 and Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974, and Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, all of which were first written decades ago without today's understanding of overcapacity and choke points. Specifically, these statutes should be amended to respond to China Shock 2.0 so that they facilitate enforcement action throughout supply chains, combat transnational subsidies, address circumvention, require enhanced import transparency and traceability, and authorize action before U.S. producers face harms. Updates to the harmonized tariff schedule should also be considered to allow for more precise targeting of imports with trade enforcement measures and tariff rates that account for new technologies and shifting strategic priorities as Congress deems appropriate. These changes will strengthen our capability to take enforcement measures that better reflect the extent of China's unfair trade practices and their impacts. In addition, Congress and the executive branch should complete regular evaluations of the overall U.S. toolkit, including the affirmative and defensive authorities I mentioned before. These evaluations should lead to timely legislative updates to create new authorities or modernize existing ones as needed. My fourth and final point for the Commission today is that our responses to China's non-market policies and practices will be more effective if we are able to coordinate them with allies and partners, including through affirmative economic initiatives. Working in sync could help to secure alternative sources of raw materials we lack. Coordination can also help to prevent circumvention or transshipment and make it harder for China to sustain its distorting measures. Achieving this greater coordination will not be easy. However, even if other countries are concerned about the impacts of China Shock 2.0, they may be wary of increasing the risk of China's retaliation or coercion by aligning their responses with ours. Countries will also consider the United States' bilateral trade policy in determining whether it is in their interest to coordinate. Finally, other countries may not share our assessment of China's market-distorting policies. What we see as circumvention of U.S. trade enforcement may be perceived as a crucial investment to bolster economic diversification or to move up the value chain by recipient countries. Despite these challenges, we should pursue a concerted diplomatic engagement effort at all levels of the U.S. government to build a shared vision of the objectives and strategy with allies and partners, and these efforts, just like our broader supply chain resilience efforts, should be pursued over the long term and updated as appropriate. In sum, the Commission is right to be focused on China's evolving strategies to dominate and distort sectors in the global economy, given the risk to U.S. supply chains and our economic and national security. And as you consider the best way to respond to China Shock 2.0, I hope these observations and insights are helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Todd. I'm going to take chair's privilege and ask the first questions. Ms. Todd, you raised how critical it is to coordinate with our allies and partners. That's a view I share. This is not a challenge that's unique to the United States, and it is not a challenge that the United States, frankly, is going to be able to solve on its own, given the global nature of supply chains. Can you talk through how receptive some of our allies and partners and emerging markets have been to some of our efforts to both provide warning and also as an effort to support diversification within their markets?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think it depends on the scenario and the countries and how we're asking to coordinate with them. Take, for example, the Indo-Pacific Partnership, the IPEF, the Economic Framework, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. It had an entire supply chain agreement, the first of its kind. In that scenario, the United States and more than a dozen partners were really eager to cooperate to reduce vulnerabilities, to address choke points, to respond to disruptions when they occurred and do so in a coordinated fashion. But in that initiative, we were using kind of common understandings of supply chain resilience without speaking about targeting a specific country or a specific source of those potential supply chain disruptions. In other cases, in bilateral settings, when we engaged countries at the White House with concerns about Chinese investment in their country, as I pointed out in my testimony, sometimes they did not share our concerns, and coordination on reducing that type of investment was not as welcome. But in another case, a final example I'll offer, in Indonesia's critical mineral sector, for example, we've seen a lot of Chinese investment there, and Indonesia has been public about its interest in diversifying its sector. And so I think that it is really dependent on what the ask is, what the country is, and how we're trying to coordinate.
Thank you. Mr. Wolfe, you have two really excellent charts at the back of your written testimony on the Export Similarities Index and also the similarities with China's growing export products. In compiling that chart, were there any industries or countries that stood out to you or were surprising, either with respect to their dependence or their lack of dependence on the Chinese export market or the emerging exports?
I think one of the surprises in calculating these indices that really jumped out at me was actually the US. That we see this big shift, well, an increase in similarity between China and other industrialized economies between 2018 and 2023, which is the last data point that I was able to calculate this for. But you don't see the same increase in the US. China seems to be converging towards the technological frontier, but that convergence isn't happening with the US for some reason. And so another way of looking at similarity or this change in China's export basket is to look at just the tails, so the areas where China's been growing the fastest and where China's been growing, or where the product categories that have been shrinking the fastest as a share of China's total exports. And what really surprised me was how much overlap there is between the US and China in those sectors that are shrinking in China's export basket. And I think a lot of that has to do with the tariffs that were put in place in between 2018 and 2020 on China. And that resulted in some import substitution, some movement of lower value-added processes out of China into third markets. And it hints at, there are costs to protection, especially using a tariff barrier to protect your economy from Chinese imports. And one of those costs is that it retards productivity. And I think that has been a consequence for the US.
Thank you. Ms. Todd, there's a perception that trade agreements will equate to resilience, and that when we enter into trade agreements with allies and partners, that is inherently linking our economies and they are a trusted partner. But we both know that the devil's in the details, and when you have rules of origin that allow for half of content to come from outside of a trading region, you can actually invite a lot of inputs from non-market economies like China into the supply chain of products that are ultimately manufactured in a trade agreement partner. Do you have views on that challenge and ways we might be able to address that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think it's important that when the United States is pursuing affirmative economic initiatives to deepen economic ties, to promote supply chain resilience with other partners, that we're guarding against backdoors that could undermine the preferences, targeted benefits to the ally that we're working with, and could provide opportunities for China to take advantage of some of those preferences. So I'm thinking about tariff reductions in past trade agreements or in preference programs. If you don't have strong rules of origin, you could see China start to erode some of the benefits to that partner, or certainly exact some of the harms that they may in other ways. There was a Market Economies Sourcing Act introduced by Senator Casey, and it may have been introduced, that would basically require trade agreements that come to Congress and receive expedited consideration to have rules of origin that prevent that from happening. I think that's a good idea. I think that and other ideas should be considered.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Wolfe, a lot of skeptics have continued to hammer away at this idea of overcapacity. They might grant that China is producing a lot. They'll probably grant that China is subsidizing a lot. They might grant that China is a manufacturing powerhouse and is on a linear path to dominate further. But they question the idea that this is overcapacity. One of the focuses of your testimony was on this issue of defining overcapacity. for policymakers who are not economists, can you sort of boil down in layman's terms why this problem is overcapacity and it's not just good, smart business practices by Chinese firms?
I suppose there's overcapacity can be in the eye of the beholder in many ways. So one argument against saying that China's problem is excess capacity is the idea that, well, the world actually needs a lot more green technology. So by definition, we can't have excess capacity in green technology because we need so much more of it. And it would be great if China could produce more. For certain industries, maybe that is true. Another argument against China or saying that the problem is excess capacity from China is that quite often its export margins are higher than its domestic sales margins. So the example I use in my testimony is for excavators, that there's a 30% margin for when the largest Chinese producers of excavators sell abroad versus about a 20% margin when they sell domestically. And so by that definition, it's not dumping excess capacity in international markets. This is just good business practice in pursuing the more profitable businesses. But I think it's hard to argue that China doesn't have a structural excess capacity issue when you look at China's own industrial data. So Chinese state-owned firms always produce a loss, and that loss was socialized by the state. And so that it's not surprising that we see losses in the state-owned companies. But what's changed is private firms. Before 2019, you never saw a year where more than 13% of large private industrial firms posted an annual loss. And that's happened every single year since. 21% of private firms, large industrial firms in China, posted a loss last year. And so the problem is that when demand for these sectors declined, there was no market mechanism to clear out that excess capacity. These companies are being kept alive by local government subsidies. And I think it's this loss of market discipline that's really contributed to the excess capacity problem in China and to this surge in ever cheaper exports coming out of China. Because the best firms in those markets now have an even larger incentive to look abroad for sales. And I think it's probably that metric that really highlights the issue of excess capacity, that firms can no longer make a profit in the domestic market in China.
Thank you. Carrying on that thread, in your recommendation section, you say the goal should be to increase China's domestic absorption of its industrial production and to encourage the shuttering of loss-making businesses in sectors with clear signs of excess capacity. I certainly agree with that statement. I want to ask you about the word encourage. Are we going to be able to encourage China to change its ways, or is this something that's going to require a very robust policy response? And Ms. Todd, you're welcome to answer that too if you'd like afterwards.
I think the ship has sailed in a lot of Chinese industrial policies. That one of the main motivations for China adopting this really strange development model of targeting a relatively stable manufacturing share of GDP was U.S. sanctions and U.S. tariffs on China, and fear of their own choke points being exploited by the U.S. And so Xi Jinping has made that a priority to say that China will never be beholden to U.S. choke point technologies, which means that they need to make everything, basically, domestically. And I think that there's probably little the U.S. can do to steer China away from those policies. But what they can do is get back to where they were before 2020, which is to not make that the heart of their growth strategy. That can be their industrial strategy, but if they can return China to where it was before 2020, where enlarging the service sector as a share of aggregate GDP was one of the top economic targets, that should increase the domestic absorption ratio. It would increase China's employment as well and make households in a better position to purchase Chinese goods and goods from abroad as well. So I think that there's probably some flexibility about the overall economic objectives, even if there's no flexibility on kind of industrial policies at this point.
Okay.
I'll just add briefly that the Biden administration at very high levels did speak to President Xi and other Chinese government officials about the need to reshape their economy around more of a consumption model, and it was a difficult conversation to have. And my understanding of those exchanges was that they were not receptive to it from the highest levels.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Freeberg.
Thank you very much, and thanks both of you for your excellent statements. I wanted to pick up where Commissioner Miller's question left off. I mean, it would seem as if trying to persuade China to change its policies in the ways that you described, Mr. Todd, is something that we've attempted and failed at doing for decades now. And in light of that fact, wouldn't it be correct to say that the only way of applying the kind of pressure that might produce a change is to assemble some kind of unified tariff wall around China that prevents it from pouring out all of this excess capacity? What's the alternative to that, Mr. Wolfe?
I think that there would be great challenges to constructing a unified tariff wall around China. For a number of reasons. One is that I think the most important reason, I think, is that the majority of China's exports now go to other emerging markets, at least directly. Some of those are, repackaged and shipped to developed markets afterwards. But most of even final demand now is going to other emerging markets. Other emerging markets do not have the same concerns about excess capacity in higher value-added categories that developed markets tend to have in China. They actually welcome much cheaper capital goods and industrial inputs from China that they would otherwise be sourcing from more expensive developed market economies. And so in that sense, I think it's probably not plausible that we'd be able to construct this unified tariff wall around China or an effective tariff wall around China. But I do think that it is possible, but even in those economies, there's a shared concern about excess capacity and the continuous lowering of China's export prices over the past few years. And you can see this in the number of anti-dumping disputes that were filed against China last year, with 2/3 of those coming from other emerging markets. And so I think that there is scope for a broad coalition that puts pressure on China to shutter some of this excess capacity. And within China's central government, there's probably some scope to be willing to listen to that. The problem would be an internal domestic problem between the local governments and the central government, where the central government is trying to create a national unified market, which would include the shuttering of the least productive producers in certain industries. But local governments have strongly resisted that pressure, and I think that will continue.
Thank you. Ms. Todd.
I agree with the premise that engagement with China is unlikely to change the trajectory that they are on or that our supply chains are on. I still think engagement can be important, but I do think that our responses to the threats from China Shock 2.0 and their overall industrial strategy needs to be really comprehensive. I think tariffs can be an important part of that, but sometimes tariffs are not the right tool. Let's say, we really need rare earth materials from rare earth minerals from China. A tariff on those rare earth minerals may not be the right solution in that case. We need to find alternative sources of rare earth minerals and develop supply chains around those alternative sources. And tariffs could potentially help to and complement those efforts. But a tariff wall by itself, I think, won't achieve the broader supply chain resilience goals.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Todd, I wanted to ask you, you in your testimony, and you mentioned it just now, made the point that U.S. trade laws are outdated in many respects, and they need to change to require, as you said, enhanced import transparency and traceability and to address circumvention. How exactly do you propose to do that?
Well, this could be quite a weedy topic, so I'll try to give an overview. But we don't actually have a lot of requirements on transparency or traceability for imports. and broader requirements on where materials come from, their sourcing. As Commissioner Schmovonian mentioned, it can be hard to tell where a product is coming from, and that may make it harder for us to impose trade measures that are effective. So import traceability and requiring importers to disclose a supply chain of a product, I think, would be helpful. Circumvention, we did develop circumvention procedures for Title VII of the 1930 Trade Act, but they do not exist across the board of the trade statutes. And that's one thing that we could do to kind of level up the other statutes that don't have those procedures, because I do think circumvention will continue to be a problem. So those are just two examples, but there are many others, other ways that we could modernize those laws as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my appreciation to both of you for your time today. Mr. Wolfe, I want to return to your answer to Commissioner Freeberg's question about coordinating with these emerging markets and trying to craft some sort of comprehensive coordinated response. In your testimony, you talked about the fact that many of the same emerging markets that are concerned about job losses and the shock on their economies and have in fact filed these anti-dumping claims also remain interested in attracting Chinese investment and attracting Chinese production facilities to their countries. So just talk a little bit more about that dynamic, how they reconcile that tension internally, and then also, I assume it differs sector to sector, product to product.
Yeah, I think that the emerging market response to this new China shock is a complicated one because it brings benefits and it brings huge costs as well. So if you look at the anti-dumping disputes that have been filed by emerging markets, they're mostly focused at very low value-added manufacturing sectors, things like synthetic textiles, various low value-added metal products and things like that, where there are companies that produce that stuff domestically, have produced that stuff domestically for a long time, and have been a source of employment for these emerging markets. And now those industries are being crushed because Chinese prices keep coming down for these sectors. On the other hand, China's surge in exports have brought benefits because capital goods are now much cheaper. A lot of industrial equipment is now cheaper than it was 5-10 years ago. And so they've welcomed that type of export surge, and they haven't complained about any of that type of stuff to China. India being an exception to the rule. The other benefits that China has seen is that U.S. tariffs in particular have encouraged final production to move out of China, and getting final production is the lowest value-added step in any global value chain, but integrating into a global value chain is itself productivity enhancing for an emerging market and gives an opportunity to move up the value-added ladder from there. And so they've welcomed those investments from China. And so I think that it's, while they have concerns that overlap with the U.S., that overlap is a pretty limited area for the U.S. and emerging markets to engage on.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Todd, also to follow up on Commissioner Freeberg's question to you about building resiliency and having that be our overarching strategic objective. Instead of trying to convince PRC to change its behavior, what do we do to build resilience into our system and into our supply chains and the global value chains? You talked in your written testimony about a lot of the incentives and efforts and initiatives that were undertaken in the Inflation Reduction Act in the context of EVs. Investing in manufacturing, investing in mining and refining, and even on the demand side. The tax credit, which is now in jeopardy of being eliminated. Those steps that were taken were significant, but were they even enough? There have been, as we discussed at our last hearing on energy, a series of announcements closing some of these battery manufacturing facilities just in the past few months. And as I remarked at our last hearing, when those were announced last year or within the last couple of years, public officials obviously were there to welcome that significant investment and remarked that investing in EVs and investing in battery production of that sort is a matter of national and economic security. If it is, and if you agree with that sentiment, don't we need to do more on the demand side?
So I do agree with that sentiment. I think that the electric vehicle supply chain goes beyond just EVs. Grid storage, batteries, technology in general for electrification of vehicles. It has broader applications throughout our manufacturing sector. And I think that the United States global competitiveness will really be strengthened if we are also leaders in the EV sector. I think that it is an open question whether or not the bucket of EV, the whole package of EV and electric vehicle supply chain policy responses made by the Biden administration were enough. I know they were more that were done before. But I want to pick up on one of your specific points, and that is that we really do need to have, in addition to supply, demand as well. We really need to create an ecosystem that will support an entire supply chain. That's what will make our policies most sustainable over time, which is why in my testimony, I'm advocating for a comprehensive approach, because just taking a one-off type of a policy solution may not get those long-lasting results. But to your broader point about some of the battery plants closing, that may be early indications that we haven't achieved scale of these policies yet. And I think it's an important reminder that China actually has scale. It has manufacturing scale, it has policy intervention scale, and one of the things that the United States, I think, should do to achieve supply chain resilience is have a similar scale of policy interventions, not necessarily, and certainly not non-market interventions like China does, but we need to pursue this goal with the same amount of vigor to have the same amount of results.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hodges.
Hey, good morning. I want to focus on resiliency versus dominance. And in my view, it's been more than 5 years since the majority of people began to wake up to the supply chain risks. So my questions for you today are, would you say the United States or Europe has meaningfully changed the dynamics over the past 5 years on those known risks? Are we more resilient today than we were in 2020? Are we successfully competing at any level? It's a question for both of you.
Okay, I like these questions. I do think we have meaningfully changed in a few ways. I think the awareness of the private sector, of the government, both in our country and among our allies and partners, is heightened. And in many cases, we were leaders on that. We were convincing our allies and partners that there were global supply chain risks because of China's dominance of sectors that they were slow to wake up to. So I think we have greater awareness. I think we have a greater understanding of our supply chains, and an understanding of our supply chains is essential to crafting good policies. But I think we are not where we need to be in terms of resilience. I think some of the panelists later today in your hearing will expose a lot of the vulnerabilities that still exist. And I think that we are, in today's hearing, talking about China Shock 2.0, and we need to be prepared to respond to that. But we also have to do more to prepare for the future China shocks. I think we're not where we need to be on that front.
Yeah. Just to follow up on that, Nora, on the sort of one of the things I've heard as I've talked to businesses and companies overseas and here in the U.S. is China's financing is much faster, much more nimble. There's much more of it. How would you rate the current sort of U.S. government financing mechanisms to create and generate ability to compete with China?
I'm not an expert on all of the U.S. financing programs, but I'll go back to my comment to Commissioner Goodwin on scale. In addition to scale of policy interventions, China also has speed, and we neither have scale nor speed. And we do need to get better at that in financing and in other ways so that we're not always after the fact trying to address a vulnerability and repair the harms from it, that we're getting ahead of the problem.
Thank you. And Adam, reading your testimony, and this could be just interpretation on my part, so please correct me, but it almost comes across as, why bother, why fight it, we can't out-China China. We can't tariff, according to sort of one of your answers previously. What, in your opinion, do you agree, or what do you view as sort of the best approach to actually combat this and take a sort of a medium to long-term approach to actually do something about it to get us back in the game?
Well, I do think trying to out-China China is a losing strategy. That America should play to its strengths. And really the concern between China and the US is less about this kind of excess capacity in legacy industries and much more about the industries of the future. And the US should have great advantages against China in that sense. I think a lot of those advantages are being undermined under the current administration, in the sense that the university system in this country is the greatest university system in the world, and it's under threat. Research and development spending in this country is higher than any other country in the world, and the share of that spending on basic research is higher than any other country in the world. And that's a strength, that's not a weakness, and that should be encouraged. I think that there are ways to play to those strengths and increase funding from Congress that don't lead to excess capacity, they don't lead to kind of state domination of the market. And there should be greater coordination between the university system and that research and development and the industrial sector. Because where the US tends to fall behind is that scaling up issue. That a lot of basic inventions are done in the US, but they're industrialized in China or put into practice in China. And that doesn't have to happen. And I think a refocusing around that process in the US is a good way to combat against this threat from China. And then I think the other point I was trying to get across in my testimony is that there's always a cost. Resilience comes at a cost. That building redundancies into supply chains comes with a cost. Businesses have to, holding excess inventory costs businesses money. It prevents them from investing in other opportunities. And sometimes that cost is worth paying. I think, obviously, we're all realizing that having higher inventories of permanent magnets made with rare earths would have been a good idea. And building some of subsidizing production for the processing and the production of those magnets, processing of rare earths and production of those magnets in the US would have been a good idea. And in some choke points, I think it's worth paying the cost of subsidizing production and using what would be traditionally considered non-market tools to directly confront China's choke points.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Keiken.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Wolfe and Ms. Todd. Ms. Todd, it's especially good to see you again. As I've been listening to both your testimonies, one of the things that sort of occurred to me is China has little regard for global norms, global commons, status quo, international institutions, and all of the things that you're talking about. They also have little regard for partners and allies. Ms. Todd, in your opening testimony, you had a couple of ideas that were sort of specific in terms of actions that we can take. But if we're dealing with a competitor that essentially has little regard for the rules of the road, and we're persistently pursuing sort of status quo in the noise solutions, aren't we sort of setting ourselves up for persistent failure? Is that a fair assessment?
I think what I'm proposing is a change from the status quo. I think the United States government is not currently oriented sufficiently around U.S. supply chain resilience. We're not sufficiently coordinated toward that end. We are not deploying all the tools in our toolkit. We aren't modernizing our toolkit at the pace we need to modernize it. So I am proposing a change to the status quo. But I do agree with your assessment that China is going to pursue its policies regardless of some of the norms that we criticize them for violating. And that's why I think it's important for the United States to have its own vision, its goal of supply chain resilience as the North Star that shapes all of this policy, and not getting China to respect the international norms or abide by trade rules that they haven't abided by since they joined the WTO.
Mr. Wolfe, I want to hear your answer, but I just want to have Ms. Todd follow up on a couple of things. So what's the most radical idea that you have in your sort of toolkit of things the United States government can do? Because my sense of the last 20 or 30 years is that basically it's a boil the frog situation here, and we're the ones getting boiled. So we're really going to have to change the tools that we're using, and we're going to have to do it quickly and dramatically. So one of the things this commission does, as you well know, is make recommendations to Congress. So what's a recommendation that we should consider that really would drive home the points, which I think you just made are very good. But what's the idea? What's the recommendation?
I don't know if this is going to sound radical, but it is true that the United
It's okay. You're in the trade business. Over the years, I've noticed that trade people are very non-radical in their words.
Okay, I'm not sure where to go with that, so I'll just go back to my answer. I think that we need a complete overhaul of how the U.S. government addresses this problem. It's an all-hands-on-deck situation. I don't think that we are in an all-hands-on-deck posture, and I think that's the radical idea. It is that all federal agencies should be focused on U.S. supply chain resilience, that they should be coordinating in ways we have not coordinated before, and I think, it may not be the space today to talk about new tools, but we really do need to think about this much more comprehensively instead of the whack-a-mole approach that we've adopted to date, and that may mean doing a very comprehensive trade omnibus law like we've done in the past, in 88 and 74, that would reimagine this toolkit and give it that speed and give it that scale that we've discussed today.
That's helpful. I swear, Mr. Wolfe, I'm coming to you. We recently had a meeting with Ambassador Greer at the USTR. One of the things that I did not realize is that there's only a few hundred people that work there. Based on your testimony and sort of what I know of the trade space, and the complexity of the trade space, that seems like a dramatic understaffing of an institution that has vast interagency and international responsibility. Is that a bad read, I guess? Let me start there because you probably have some views here and I'd like to hear them.
I did spend a year as chief of staff at USTR, and I can say that it is maybe a small agency, but it is a very mighty agency, and I think their leanness and their nimbleness is really part of what makes them so skilled at what they do. But I think if you're asking a broader question of do we need to put more resources at this, the answer is yes. But we also can compile an army of U.S. government officials across agencies who have these different tools. They will not all live at one agency. And I think coordinating that army and getting them all to march toward this specific goal of resilience and deploying tools in ways we have not deployed them before, I think that would be imperative.
So it sounds like you think the UST, I love the small and mighty, by the way. I always enjoy hearing that about bureaucratic organizations. So it doesn't sound like you say they need more people. Do they need more power, more authority across the interagency? Is that how I should think about it? Because what you sort of said is, they have enough people, they have a broad mandate, but we need to make sure the sort of interagency soldiers, as you said it, are sort of not put to task in a bad way, but sort of put more aggressively on the job, so to speak, and deployed in a more robust way. Is that a bad read?
So I think in an ideal world, to answer this a little bit more expansively, the United States would identify sectors that it says are critical for our economic and national security, and we would develop internal plans to ensure the resilience of those supply chains, and that we would potentially publish sectors that are at risk of China's non-market policies and practices. And then we would basically coordinate government resources toward that goal. And I think USTR should play that function of coordinating our government responses to the threats from China's non-market policies and practices. And it may be in assuming that interagency leadership role, they need more people to help them do that. I'd want to think about that a little bit more just because I am so impressed with what they're able to do now. But that means that state and commerce and treasury and export-import bank and the Department of Energy, they all need to be part of that interagency group, and it needs to be like a tiger team type setting. We need to be having regularized assessments of the policies we've put in place. We need to have regularized meetings with private sector to discuss better coordination. We need to update these policies over time, and I think USTR's leadership would be key to that. It's just hard to answer right now if that means definitely more people or not, but I think they should play a prominent role.
That's super helpful, Ms. Todd. Now, Dr. Friedberg always scolds me for going over on my time, but he usually won't scold the witness. So, Mr. Wolfe, if my co-chairs will let you, I'd love to hear your sort of reaction to what Ms. Todd said, as well as your reaction to sort of my initial comments.
Yeah, I mean, I would broadly agree that what the U.S. needs is a well-defined goal. is it the surge in Chinese exports that's the problem, or is it the choke point vulnerabilities that's the problem? And if it's the choke point vulnerabilities, which I think is actually the bigger problem for the US, then you identify those and you find industry solutions around that. That requires several different agencies in the government, and probably some sort of tiger team to coordinate the process.
Only 3 minutes over. Chair Price.
Thank you, and thank you to our witnesses. This is a really helpful conversation. My colleagues have asked many of the questions that I had wanted to ask, so I'm just going to drill down deeper on some of them. So, Mr. Wolfe, you talk about in your testimony that China isn't going to change where what their focus is on developing science, technology in their next 5-year plan, and that U.S. should not assume that it has unsurpassable lead in any of these areas. Can you talk a little bit more about that and what the point was that you were trying to get to?
So China's identified these strategic and emerging industries in 2009 and has run an industrial policy targeted at those sectors since. That became Made in China 2025, and it will become something else in the next, at some point this year. But for most of that period, it was kind of a side bet within its overall development strategy. And I think what changed after 2018, or between this period between 2018 and 2020, when the new 5-year plan was being drafted at that point, was that became the heart of the development strategy. That Xi Jinping didn't just double down; he made it his only bet, basically. That technology would solve all of China's problems. If China became the technological leader, it would solve all of its international problems as well, because China would no longer be in a position where the U.S. can dictate terms to China. At that point. And I don't think that Xi Jinping is going to reverse that bet at this point. If anything, it looks like they're leaning further into that strategy. And in some ways, China is at a disadvantage. And in some ways, its seriousness to that commitment, I think, can be questioned, or the way that they've gone about it. If you look at research and development, for example, overall spending on research and development has increased quite dramatically, but the share that's funded by the government is relatively small compared to the U.S. The share of R&D that's focused on basic research is relatively small as well. And so what they're hoping to do is really piggyback off of basic research that's done in the U.S. and commercialize that much faster. And that's a strategy that has worked so far, and that seems to be the strategy that they're betting on working in the future. I think what the U.S. can do is focus on that weakness within the research and development industry in the U.S., which is the commercialization and the scaling up of these breakthrough technologies. And I think that there's a lot that can be done in the U.S. to do that. Unfortunately, we seem to be moving in the opposite direction over the past few months.
So give me, for instance, on when you say there's a lot the U.S. can do.
Well, when the basic research is done at a university or in a university-affiliated lab, the handoff to the industry is usually the weak point in U.S. development. So when it goes from more research and towards more product development, is kind of the weak point, and that's China's strong point in this kind of innovation chain. And so I think the area that the government can play in that is to facilitate that handoff. And sometimes that can be buying commitments.Maybe the Department of Defense, for example, makes a commitment to buy a certain number of products if the technology works as expected, or other parts of the government can make that buying commitment. Other times, maybe it's some sort of product subsidy, but it's reducing the uncertainty for the business sector in making a big bet on a new technology that should be the government's focus. Because in China, they're very good at reducing the uncertainty or the perceived costs of making bets like that.
Thank you. That was actually very helpful. Ms. Todd, I was going to ask you, after Commissioner Kuiken's question about the one big idea, my questions were really to drill down on some of those other ideas. Now, you've answered some of them. Any others you have on the table?
I think that part of the issue with our approach to policy right now is that we really aren't thinking long-term. So I talked about scale, I talked about coordination, talked about speed. But let's take increasing supply chain resilience around certain critical minerals, which could be important inputs for a variety of end products. If we are reliant on China on that critical mineral now, and we don't currently have deposits of it, or even if we do, getting alternative sources of that raw material will require locating the deposits, trying to establish a new mine, potentially, trying to develop ownership of that mine, either in the United States or in a partner country. Securing the financing of that can be difficult, especially in the face of China's distortions in the critical minerals sector. And so we may need to deploy U.S. financing or deploy U.S. financing in addition to allies and partners financing. We may also want to develop additional recycling techniques to expand the supply of existing critical minerals in that space. My point is that this is at a minimum a 5-year effort. And we don't think about our policies on these continuums. So the other radical idea is really this continuity idea. We should have a, I don't want to use the word 5-year plan, but we should have a plan over multiple years that really takes into account the progress that we're making, that assesses quite nimbly, are we on track, are we not on track, and pursues more than one policy intervention at once. We may want that mine for that critical mineral to be in the United States and in another country. We should pursue an all of the above strategy, and that is radical compared to what we're doing right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Chair Shriver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me add my thanks to the witnesses for your excellent statements and excellent comments so far. I'm learning a lot. I appreciate it. I think a lot of what I had intended to ask has been covered, so I'll just ask one question and maybe ask you both to share your thoughts. So you've talked a lot about the challenge of coordination. You've mentioned tiger teams. One of the things this commission can do is also recommend changes to org charts, changes to structure. So is it just a coordination problem, or are we not optimally structured to do this? I mean, I firmly believe somebody needs to be in charge for things to happen. And of course, this wouldn't happen in a vacuum. We have the NSC and the EOP being skinnied way down, significantly down. We're seeing a pretty ambitious plan to reorganize State Department. So any thoughts on if this commission should make any recommendations about the org charts, the structure, how we're organized to meet this challenge?
I do think an org chart for our supply chain resilience efforts is essential. At this point, I think it's too early for me to say conclusively whether or not that org chart needs to involve new positions or new entities. But there does need to be somebody in charge. It needs to be a high-ranking person. It needs to be a person who has convening power, like Commissioner Kuiken was talking about. And it needs to be able to see the whole board. And by the whole board, I mean, the DFC, the XM, the State Department, the USTR, all of those parts of the toolkit. And so I think the recommendation should be optimizing leadership and coordinating positions, and then requiring regularized reporting on what the activities are. And that could be internal reporting, it could be to a White House coordinating body, it could be to one of the agencies that's picked as the leader. But we have a tendency sometimes to put out long reports, and then we kind of sleep on the issue for a bit. This is, as I mentioned before, an all-hands-on-deck scenario, and it requires real vigilance and investment over a long period of time. That's the only way we're going to get that modernized toolkit. It's the only way we're going to be firing in all cylinders to address our resilience concerns. So I think that's my response to the org chart. But after these changes to the executive branch, it may be more apparent, once the dust settles on those, that yes, we maybe do need new positions or restoring old positions. It's just too early to say.
The U.S.'s government org chart is probably not my strong suit, so I'll just defer to Ms. Todd on this one.
Commissioner Sims.
Thank you both for your testimony today. I'm learning a lot as well. I feel like we spent a lot of time in this commission thinking about tactics, like we got to make recommendations to Congress. So tactically, like what should we do to counter certain things that China is doing or advance our own interest? And so not being an economist, I try to like zoom out and think about from a strategy perspective, in layman's terms, how should we be communicating some of these things? How should we be thinking about some of these things? And so as everybody's been talking, I've been kind of sketching out what I feel like I'm learning is China's strategy here, and I would be curious to hear your reaction to this and then maybe your articulation of what China's strategy is here. If I had to sum it up, it seems to me that China is trying to deindustrialize the world. That if you look at the data here, we've got from 2019 to 2024, China's trade surplus doubled to nearly $2 trillion. And in doing that, they have not shed low-end production to move up the value chain, presumably because they're scared of what would happen if a lot of low-skilled laborers in their country were suddenly unemployed, what the instability that might bring. And then even as the U.S. and EU tariffs have risen, they just shifted their exports to emerging markets. And in fact, they're actually taking advantage of U.S. free trade agreements in third-party countries. So China's companies have doubled their industrial space in Mexico in just the last 3 years, as an example. And so they seem to be basically betting that they can keep subsidizing their way to such overwhelming manufacturing dominance that by the time the world collectively kind of wakes up to what they are doing here, it's basically too late, and they have won because they are such an industrial superpower and nobody else has any capacity to compete. The game is just over. How would you react to that articulation, kind of linear thinking to the way that they're approaching this from a strategy perspective?
I do think China takes the long view and the comprehensive view of their industrial policies. And I think their strategy is to achieve a level of dominance that puts them in positions to wield a lot of power and influence. And I think that's why it's imperative that we don't get to that scenario, that the pot doesn't boil over, that we don't wake up and it's too late. Because we should assume that we're on a trajectory that will not abate anytime soon, and it could get worse over time as they develop new tactics or react to some of our policies that we put in place. So I think that we should assume global dominance of key sectors will continue to be their goal, and we should pursue a goal of supply chain resilience to protect our own ability to compete in those sectors and obviously protect our security. Without that type of action and concerted response, I think it could be too late.
I don't think it's China's intended policy to deindustrialize the rest of the world, but I think that that's a consequence of the policies that it's chosen. I think the intention of the policy is basically to make China less reliant on the rest of the world and increase the rest of the world's reliance on China. And that's through kind of choke point technologies, in the sense that China's been trying to minimize U.S. choke points over its economy while increasing its control of critical choke points for the rest of the world, including the U.S. And so I think that there's a strategic level to this, but it's not exactly one that says we want to shutter manufacturing capacity in Thailand or Malaysia per se, or the US per se. It's much more focused on its domestic political situation. And I think that it was nobody's intention in China to create a situation where the industrial sector was posting the losses that it has been since 2020. It was nobody's intention to implode the housing market to the degree that they have imploded the housing market in China, but that was also a consequence of this policy decision that they took. And I think it's one of the imperatives of U.S. policy should be to have China reassess the costs and benefits of its current policy on its own terms. So one of the stated goals of the current policy is to create a unified national market. And that unification of the national market is impeded by this local government support. And that local government support for industries or for companies that, by all accounts, should go out of business is preventing that from happening. So it would be in the U.S.'s interest, and it would be in the interest of the central government to push forward on that policy. And that would increase the domestic absorption of China's economy and kind of prevent some of these side effects as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Slevin.
Bad timing. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks to our witnesses enjoying the conversation. Ms. Todd, in your written testimony, you use the example of electric vehicles, EVs, to illustrate what a more comprehensive, affirmative, defensive toolkit looks like, which I think is a helpful example. I think a big part of the challenge that policymakers face is how to build some consensus across Congress, executive branch, as to what to prioritize. People always shy away from picking winners. The fact is, through inertia, we are picking winners, and we have through the last several decades. So EVs I'm not asking you to expand on that necessarily, but it's illustrative in that sometimes EVs is up, sometimes EVs is down, chips is up, chips is down. I'm interested in your thoughts about how we think about prioritizing. What are the kinds of criteria that policymakers should use in getting to that point of the tiger team that I think you illustrated well earlier in the conversation?
So I think there's a couple ways to look at this issue, and we probably need an approach that incorporates all of them. So there are the sectors that are key to our national security and our defense industrial base. There are the sectors that are key to our technological leadership. Being on the frontier of technologies is essential to our global economic leadership. And then there are sectors that are important for our economic security. And I think from those three categories, you can get a pretty good indication of where are the sectors to focus. And President Biden, through Executive Order 14017, which I know some of your panelists later today will discuss, talked about some of those critical sectors and then directed agencies to do deep dives into those sectors. So I think that those three categories are a good place to start. And I think the other thing that we should keep in mind and policymakers should understand is that China does pick sectors. And if China picks sectors and we don't pick sectors and we let the market try and respond, it won't work because the market is now so distorted by the Chinese policies that have followed those sector designations, the priorities that they've placed. So I don't think that we should be afraid to pick sectors that are both critical to us, sectors that are at risk because of China's policies, and regardless of whether or not there are the right political, there's the right level of political support for a specific sector, if China believes it is important to their global leadership and their economic dominance, it is probably one that we should keep an eye on too.
Picking up on that, we have an edge on AI in the ecosystem and the infrastructure that comes along with that. We've had edges in other technologies. You can look at solar, you can look at any number of, and Mr. Wolfe, I'm interested in your thoughts if you have them. Ms. Todd, what are one or two things to avoid when we're, Congress, executive branch are really doubling down on our AI lead? What are a couple of things to avoid based on previous technology edges we've had?
I'm by no means an AI expert, but I do think that it is important that when we're thinking about maintaining our competitive edge in AI or any other technology, we need to be flexible enough that we're not picking the current state of a technology. It's the same thing for our supply chain resilience approach too. We've got to make the investments, whether it's in skills or technology or in the infrastructure, to be a leader and to maintain that leadership regardless of how the technology evolves. And I think that kind of comes back to this point that I keep making, that supply chain resilience isn't a one-off effort. It really is going to take, purposeful, intentional action. The same is true on maintaining our technological lead. This is an issue that we're going to have to keep revisiting, but I think making sure that we're fostering a productive ecosystem to develop the technology and maintain leadership in that technology is most essential.
Thank you. Mr. Wolfe, anything you'd like to add?
I think with an emerging technology like AI, the U.S. has inherent advantages in terms of the innovation of this technology. Where the problems start to arise is in the diffusion of the technology. And so AI applications for different industries will need different solutions. And I think that China is much more focused on finding those industry-specific solutions or helping industry to encounter AI and think about ways that they can incorporate AI into their products or their services. And I think that that's an example of kind of a coordinating role that the government can play, but has traditionally not played a very important role in the U.S. economy.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Stivers.
Thank you all for being here today. I'd like to go maybe specific on policy and tactics, and then maybe enlarge the issue to more broad ways in which Congress and the administration should be working together on trade policy. It seems like U.S. trade tools on countervailing duties, anti-dumping, tariffs are outdated and not sufficient to deal with all of the issues that we have with China's overcapacity. Ms. Todd, you mentioned a omnibus trade bill. There's a lot of authorities that need to be updated. What would you say would be some very specific, most important components of what that legislation should look like?
So I'll revisit some of the comments I made in my oral testimony, but just to pick up briefly on your question around Title VII, there is a bill, Leveling the Playing Field Act 2.0, that Senator Young and I believe Smith have introduced, and it's been around for a number of Congresses, and that's really trying to get at the whack-a-mole problem that we see, the transnational subsidy problems that we've discussed today, because those are the types of tactics that China is using, and Title VII really is just, it's not fit for purpose for that. But some of the other issues that I think that our tools should be updated to accommodate is that, preventative action. Right now, some of the tests across our trade statutes require harm, serious harm or injury, and we should be looking to take action before the fact, not after the fact. That's one idea. I want to come back to a point that I discussed with Commissioner Friedberg. And Commissioner Miller mentioned the issues of legacy chips. One of the issues is that we don't actually know all of the legacy chips that are coming into the products that enter the U.S. market right now. And beyond that, of the legacy chips in those products, we don't know where they're sourced from. It's really important to start with foundational data and requiring importers to provide it. What are the chips in a product and where are they coming from? Because right now, if we were to impose some type of trade enforcement measure on a finished good that had legacy chips in them, we would be approximating, we'd be guessing, and we need more information on kind of the incidence of legacy chips, particularly Chinese legacy chips, in our supply chain to better assess what the right measure is. And that's relevant because of the pending Section 301 investigation into legacy chips right now. Our trade tools really aren't intended in their current state to help us get that data and to have access to it really quickly. And the last thing I'll mention is that transnational subsidies and Chinese ownership and investment, this kind of gets back to the information point, but it's also how do we direct our trade measures if China is going to move its production around. Our trade tools were designed to, in their current versions, to address a product from a country. But if the Chinese factory moves to Mexico and our tariffs are still kind of facing Chinese imports, it won't get at that import from Mexico that may be just as unfairly traded. Those are some examples.
Appreciate that. I'd like to enlarge the issue to talk about the role of Congress in China trade policy. Since Congress ushered in China Shock 1.0 with the passage of PNTR and China's WTO accession, it's been largely missing in action when it comes to China trade issues. There's been some smaller bills that have passed over the years, but it's been largely the administration driving trade with China and trade generally. Ms. Todd, you have extensive experience in the administration at high levels and in Congress. Our job as a commission is to persuade Congress to act on these trade issues, and both substantively and in terms of the balance between the executive and legislative branches. Can you talk a little bit about why it's important theoretically for Congress to be acting in terms of the effectiveness and sustainability and the bipartisanship of trade policy, especially regarding China and supply chain resilience?
Sure, it's a good question. I think it starts with the issue we were just discussing. Our laws need to be updated, and only Congress can do that. Obviously, there has been growing political sensitivities around trade policy overall, but there is pretty significant consensus around the threat that China's non-market policies and practices pose to our supply chains. So the role of Congress to address the vulnerabilities from those policies, I think, should be greater, whether it's passing an omnibus trade bill, whether it is playing a really active role in the identification of critical sectors, of monitoring resilience efforts put to those critical efforts. It should just be more of a iterative process with the executive branch, partnering with the executive branch, but maintaining Congress's role on legislating, on tariffs, and on helping to set the policy priorities of the United States. I think a strategy to U.S. supply chain resilience and to responding to the China Shock 2.0 that doesn't include Congress is unlikely to be as successful.
Thank you.
Thank you. With thanks to our witnesses, if no commissioners have anything further, we will adjourn briefly for a break and reconvene at 11:10. Thank you.
Our next panel will evaluate the national security risks for the United States' growing reliance on Chinese production across 4 critical supply chains. We'll start with Dr. Stephen Schondelmeyer, who is a professor of pharmaceutical management and economics and the director of the Prime Institute within the College of Pharmacy at the University of Minnesota. Dr. Schondelmeyer will discuss the origin and risks of U.S. over-reliance on Chinese APIs. Next is Dr. Jeroen Groenewegen-Lau, who is head of the Program of Science, Technology, and Innovation for MERICS. He will discuss China's domestic support for its biopharmaceuticals, China's financial and talent linkages to the global biopharmaceutical ecosystem, and implications for the United States. Then we'll hear from Ms. Sarah V. Stewart, who is the Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director, Silverado Policy Accelerator. Ms. Stewart will analyze China's emerging overcapacity in foundational semiconductors and the implications for the United States. Finally, we'll welcome Dr. David Schild, who is the Executive Director, Printed Circuit Board Association of America. Mr. Schild will discuss Chinese dominance of global PCB manufacturing and the vulnerabilities this dependency creates for the U.S. economy and defense base. Thank you all very much for your testimonies. The Commission is looking forward to your remarks. I ask that all of our witnesses please keep their remarks to 7 minutes. Dr. Schondelmeyer, we'll begin with you.
Good morning, and thank you, co-chairs, and thank you, Commission, for having this hearing. I'm pleased to be with you today. I am Stephen Schondelmeyer from the University of Minnesota, where I'm a professor of pharmaceutical economics, but I will tell you I'm here to represent my own views, not the university necessarily. I'm talking about the pharmaceutical sector. And first, I want to give you just a quick few points on the landscape of pharmaceuticals themselves. All of us, everyone in America, either has used or will use drugs in their lifetime, prescription drugs, appropriately, and they help us. They're life-changing sometimes and are very important and valuable to us. Drugs can affect the quality of life. They can affect the extension of life or even save a life at times. Last year, there were 215 billion days of therapy. That's people taking one medicine each day, 215 billion days of therapy consumed in America. That's a lot of medications, and those, for the most part, help people and help improve their lives. There were 7 billion prescriptions that contained those doses. Now, keep in mind that the U.S. is about 4.2% of the world's population, but we account for 40% of the spend on prescription drugs. So 4% of the people account for 40% of the spend on prescription drugs. Now, you might ask, so why is that differential there? Why are we so high in proportion to the rest of the world? Part of it is we use and utilize drugs a bit more than other countries, and part of it is we do, for the most part, have the highest prices in the world for our brand name pharmaceuticals. The opposite is true for generics. Our generic prices are usually lower than the prices in Europe for prescription drugs. And that kind of sets up one point I want to make here at the beginning. When we talk about the pharmaceutical industry, it isn't just one sector. It really is multiple sectors, and they are very different. The brand name pharmaceutical sector, or the intellectual property protected sector, behaves very differently than the generic sector, and that behaves differently than a third sector that's emerging, which is sort of biologicals and vaccines. So first, keep in mind when you're looking at pharmaceuticals, which of those buckets are you talking about, and realize they behave and their economics are very different as well. In the U.S., 90% of all of those prescriptions I talked about are filled with generics or biosimilars. That is, drugs that are guaranteed or at least asserted by the FDA to be equivalent to the original product. So 90%, 9 out of 10 prescriptions are filled with a generic. So they're the vast majority of the meds that we use every day. But they only account for about 13% of the expenditures in the U.S. marketplace. Now, we can take the opposite side of that coin and look at, for those intellectual property protected brand name drugs, they account for only about 10% of the prescriptions are on that order, but they account for on the order of 60+% or more of all of the dollars that we spend, actually about 65% of the dollars. So the brand names, a few drugs, I help manage a health plan, and in our health plan, the brand name and the specialty drugs account for about 2/3 of our total spend for only 2% or less of the prescriptions in people. So I'm not saying that's good or bad. That's the structure of the market. That's the economics and the way it works right now. So keep in mind, we need different measures when we want to look at the share of markets for generics versus brand. On brands, it's fair to look at the dollar share of one product versus another. But if we're looking at generics and the impact it has on the American population, it isn't appropriate to look at the dollars spent on them and compare that to the brand names, because it'll tell you that the brand names that only 2% of the people use are far more important than the generics that 90% of the people use. So keep in mind which sector you're looking at, what's the most appropriate measure. I would contend in the big picture of things and from a public health standpoint or a national security standpoint that the days of therapy are a more important and better measure of the impact on Americans and our population than the dollars per se. Now, that's not to say that dollars don't have an impact, but I think the unit volume or the days of therapy consumed are a better measure. So that's brands and generics, and my point is they're different, they're separate, and we need different analysis for each sector and different policy for each sector. So let's move on to an understanding. When I talk about the drug supply chain, it's very complex and much more involved than most people realize. You may hear a name of a major drug company that you might recognize, Pfizer, Merck, Lilly, and those are traditionally American companies and well-respected. And there was a time when each of those companies made their own products. They owned the factory, they made them, they made it start to finish. That's not the way the market works today. The supply chain, somebody acquires raw materials in the marketplace, then those are converted into key starting materials. those, and it may be at a different company, those are converted into active pharmaceutical ingredient by yet another company, and then that's converted into intermediates and into a final formulation, and then that's converted into a finished dosage form. They put it in tablets or capsules or inhalers or injectable pens. And instead of 2 or 3 or 4 steps in the supply chain upstream, there can be 20 steps, there could be 50 steps. And at each of those steps, the product may move from one factory to another factory. And it may move from one country to another country at each of those steps. So we're talking about a very tangled web in the market space. I know I'm a professor, I lecture too much. Let me get down to the supply chain issues. We are very dependent in America on Europe for our brand name active pharmaceutical ingredients and on India for our generic pharmaceutical ingredients. And when I say very dependent, more than half of all those doses of generics come from India or India and China. And when we talk about coming from India, the India as an industry and as a government both have issued reports and are very concerned about India's dependence on China for active pharmaceutical ingredient. So it's not just that the U.S. is dependent on China for active ingredients, but our principal supplier, where we get more than half of all of our generics, also is dependent on China. I think that brings about what I think could be one of the worst case scenarios.
Dr. Schondelmeyer, let me stop you there, because I promise you we will push you on worst case scenarios in the Q&A.
Please do.
But let me move on to Dr. Groenewegen-Lau. 7 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Co-Chair Miller, Co-Chair Smavonian, and the commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. So, my written submission details China's biotechnology surge. It's based on a report I wrote together with a colleague, Alex Brown. And here I will focus on what happens if the United States lets that surge run unchecked, especially what it can do, for instance, to support its industrial base, to shape global norms together with allies, build resilience against strategic choke points. So let me start by outlining a plausible but undesirable trajectory. Let's say China succeeds in its industrial goals for the biotechnology sector, and that by 2035, its contract development and manufacturing organizations control half of the global biologics capacity. Chinese bispecifics and cell therapies hold FDA labels at Shenzhen level prices, and Beijing's volume-based procurement model has spread through Asia, Africa, and parts of Latin America. American patients would probably, the short run, enjoy cheaper drugs, but it would be very detrimental to U.S. pharma firms. They would see their margins collapse, and it would also put a lot of critical expertise at risk. At that point, China would set the global pace and norms for biotechnology research and innovation. Now, today, I don't think that scenario is really realized yet. The U.S. is really a dominant player, but we are seeing a number of indicators, data points that in this kind of 10, 15-year time frame that kind of make this scenario not so far-fetched. So, in particularly, a number of licensing deals that has been a surge, 66% uptick over the last year to reach $41.5 billion US. A lot of those deals are in preclinical or phase 1 assets, showing that Western firms have begun outsourcing discovery risk to China. And that's backed by clinical trial data. More clinical trials are starting in China than in North America. So Chinese sites are in 29% of the cases involved, and North America 17%. And then there's the innovation pipeline. A number of first-in-class new drug applications from China are becoming more frequent. Now, the U.S. could respond forcibly by cutting off China from, or seeking to cut off China from talent, data, and capital. But that's, I don't believe that that's kind of, that would sufficiently slow down China's progress, nor would it be in the U.S.'s long-term interests. At the same time, of course, there are some issues in these areas that should be addressed. So I'll just briefly go through these three on talent. I mean, China already employs 30% of the world's most cited life science researchers, more than the United States. And that will have an impact for the next 10 to 15 years. Its own university systems are improving. So I think it's not realistic to kind of assume that China can really be cut off in that sense. And of course, it would also harm US innovation significantly. Dual positions, research partnerships, and the kind of technology transfer and talent programs that China has already under a lot of scrutiny, probably rightly so. Therefore, I would argue that the focus should be on remaining the US as an attractive place for top global talent with PhD programs, maybe on the visa side, something can be done. And then there's, on the data side, of course, data is a strategic resource. I'm happy that that's being increasingly recognized here, at least. And that means, in my mind, that the US should strive to gain access to data, even if it means sharing some data with partners under conditions that are set by the US. This is how clinical trials also work. You have to share some of the data. But vis-a-vis China, this means finalizing a biotech-related act that bars federal funds to entities bound by China's Human Genetic Resources Regulation, which banned the sharing of this data across borders. And I think capital, to me, that's kind of the area where the focus should be. I, again, think that some degree of licensing and collaboration with a broad range of partners is probably in the US interest. But the way things are currently set up is such that kind of China seems to benefit from this disproportionately. So maybe there are some steps that need to be considered. CFIUS-style reviews for high leverage licensing of platform technologies such as gene editing toolkits and AI drug design engines should be considered. So so I see this as a larger kind of competition. That's a China Shock 2.0 between industrial and innovation ecosystems, where there's a lot that the US can do to kind of improve its domestic ecosystem with maybe manufacturing tax credits, moonshot awards, working together maybe with a number of partners in EU, Japan, India on mutual recognition to expand the global market share. And well, in this open competition, it's not without risk. This scenario I outlined, I think it should be taken as kind of a baseline scenario in the end, but it's definitely not the worst case scenario. So the US should also prepare for accidental releases of novel pathogens, for instance, as part of a military conflict. This is quite extreme a scenario, but it's important to be prepared for that. With dependency, red lists, potentially, China off reversals, cyber biosecurity codes that would be voluntary for CDMOs in the beginning, at least. So, I mean, we can unpack some of these suggestions maybe in more detail later, but I also want to mention that in kind of considering these steps, Washington should also already anticipate how Beijing will respond, to not make this kind of half-court tennis, and to think about the counter-pressure that China could bring to bear. It has a sophisticated toolkit in place that it is employing with rare earths, right? Gallium-style pauses in biotechnology could also be on the table. Currently, of course, in tariffs, healthcare products and APIs are exempted, and on both sides, I guess also to some extent on the Chinese side, but that could quickly change if this becomes an area of focus. I think there's also an area of topic of narrative warfare. Beijing will frame the US actions as protectionist and denying people affordable therapies. So I think there should be a counter-narrative of providing global public goods that comes out of Washington as well. So to round up, a balanced agenda, industrial investments at home, coordinated openness with allies, targeted defensive screens, and serious preparedness drills can still shift the trajectory. None of these steps require isolation or blanket bans. Targeted measures modeled on proven tools like CFIUS and CHIPS could tilt the field without tilting the table. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
Thank you so much to the commissioners and commission staff for your leadership on these issues. I'm really pleased to be here today. Any discussion on exploitable choke points and U.S. security must start from a sober and accurate assessment of the Chinese Communist Party's intent. The party could not possibly be clearer or more public regarding its plans to dominate global semiconductor production and thereby to control industries reliant on chips. Made in China 2025 includes explicit market share targets of 80% self-sufficiency in the domestic Chinese market, and more alarmingly, 56% global market share capture by 2030. The party made these objectives clear nearly a decade ago. While ambitious, these targets are driving China's predatory actions to capture global market share by dominating and exploiting multiple checkpoints across the semiconductor value chain, as it has successfully done in many other industries. I'll offer 3 points today about the importance of foundational chips, the threat we're facing, and what the U.S. can do to counterpunch. First, nearly every industry is dependent on semiconductors in this modern era. Without a resilient supply of chips, our economy slows, potentially stops, we lose geopolitical leverage, and our adversaries gain serious ground. While the U.S. has focused export control policy on stopping adversary nations from acquiring the most advanced technology, foundational semiconductors at 28 nanometers or larger remain largely unregulated in terms of U.S. or allied export controls. And yet, they are needed for nearly every application where a more advanced chip is also used, whether we're talking about passenger vehicles or missile guidance. At Silverado, we use the term foundational rather than mature or legacy to highlight that these are chips that in many cases are quite innovative and they're fit for a purpose, whether it's heat tolerance or moisture tolerance. They're not necessarily outdated or legacy. One need not look further than the chip shortage during COVID that set off plant and line closures for automakers across the U.S. to understand how important a resilient supply of chips is to the United States. Combined usage of foundational and advanced semiconductors within products is key. This means that even if the United States and our allies maintained our lead in advanced chip production, China can and indeed will weaponize its dominance in the foundational sector to impede final production and assembly of goods in the United States. China is already flexing this muscle by dominating the rare earth processing industry and throttling that supply as we've imposed tariffs. Ceding the outsized foundational market to China would also help the CCP to accelerate its military-civil fusion strategies and would grant it supply chain leverage to counter U.S. export controls on advanced semiconductor chips and equipment. Current U.S. policy is therefore akin to blocking China from producing carbon fiber materials, but allowing it to corner the market on aluminum. Second, the ambition embedded in China's market share targets is impossible to achieve without pervasive state support, from subsidies to forced technology transfer to theft of IP. National champions unburdened by budget constraints are directed to capture market share through production that is untethered to market conditions. This is obviously not how we operate in the United States. This suppresses prices to an extent that can't be sustained, and it leads to market capture by the lowest bidder. China is deploying these tactics in the semiconductor industry along the value chain very deliberately, looking to corner each node from upstream to downstream, from critical minerals to foundational chips to packaging. As a result, China's semiconductor industry is already exhibiting growth and overcapacity that's likely to far outstrip anticipated global demand. China has plans to install 3 times as much capacity between 2024 and 2027 as any other country. This is not a strategy to simply expand China's role in the sector. It is a strategy to dominate it. As a result of China's non-market policies and practices, it's already manipulating prices and capturing market share. Left unchecked, this is going to lead to displaced U.S. production, loss of U.S. jobs, depressed prices, undermine new U.S. investments, create a dangerous over-reliance on Chinese semiconductors. So what do we do about it? We have to have a holistic strategy. At Silverado, the strategy has 3 prongs. It's called build, protect, and promote. Tactical approaches to implementing the build portion of our strategy requires more U.S. foundational chip capacity through measures like the CHIPS Act and the newly announced Investment Accelerator. Protecting current and future U.S. investments from import surges of Chinese chips would be done through measures such as modernizing the now defunct Section 421 China Safeguard, working with allies to use export controls and other measures to prevent China from acquiring more semiconductor manufacturing equipment and related parts and tools, and applying component tariffs to semiconductors that are imported in downstream products. On the promote side for U.S. chips, we would propose a know your chip legislation so that we actually know what we are importing and we can choose who we are importing from, and also potentially instituting a bonus for U.S.-made chip content in a product. While some of these actions are within the purview of the executive branch, Congress should also consider this type of framework in any trade-related or supply chain legislation. The ability to counterpunch lies in a game of dependencies. If the U.S. succeeds in slowing China down, keeping it reliant on Western technology, and creating resiliency for all types of chips, the U.S. can win. On the other hand, if the U.S. fails to stem China's ambitions on foundational semiconductors, that dependence will be costly to the point of existential. We must act now with purpose and resources required to counter China's plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Mr. Schild.
Co-chairs, commissioners, thanks for the opportunity to be here today representing the Printed Circuit Board Association of America, an organization dedicated to restoring domestic strength in PC manufacturing and securing our critical supply chains. I'm here today to urge the Commission to recommend to Congress in the strongest possible terms 3 key actions. First, pass the Protecting Circuit Boards and Substrates Act. Second, increase Defense Production Act investments in printed circuit boards. And third, mandate the domestic sourcing of PCBs and integrated circuit substrates for all federal government electronic systems. These actions are urgently needed because printed circuit boards are the foundation of every modern electronic system. Whether it's a fighter jet, a telecommunications satellite, a hospital ventilator, or a smartphone, from F-150s to F-35s, none of it works without PCBs. They are essential, ubiquitous, and largely invisible, but our reliance on them, and increasingly on foreign and sometimes adversarial suppliers, poses profound economic and national security risks. A printed circuit board is not a simple green piece of plastic. PCBs are a complex microelectronic system made of a non-conductive substrate with a copper trace etched or printed onto its surface. Components and integrated circuits are mounted to the board and connected to these copper pathways. PCBs can have between 6 and 60 layers, depending on the complexity of the end-use application. Today, more than 90% of global PCB production occurs in Asia, with China alone producing close to 60% of the world's supply. In contrast, the United States now produces just 4% of the world's PCB supply, down from roughly 30% in the year 2000. The supply chain includes mining and refining of critical materials, chemical treatment, drilling, etching, plating, all of which requires advanced tooling and labor. The critical point is this: the geographic concentration of production introduces serious strategic risk, especially when it involves a nation like China that is both our competitor and our adversary. China's dominance in printed circuit boards is no accident. It stems from state-directed industrial policy, decades of government subsidies, control over upstream materials, and the centralization of electronics manufacturing within its borders. In fact, today, United States companies are not competing against Chinese companies. U.S. PCB manufacturers are competing against the Chinese government. Despite this global shift, the United States retains some vital PCB capacity, specifically in the high reliability segments of aerospace, defense, medical, and industrial applications. Today, approximately 145 U.S. facilities are in operation, but many are small scale, aging, and they are increasingly dependent on overseas supplies that include machine tools, processing equipment, and specialty chemicals. In addition, this reliance on Chinese PCBs poses an even greater national security risk. PCBs are a very tempting target for embedded threats and alternative attack vectors. A single malicious component embedded in military systems could compromise its performance, open it up to surveillance, or disable it entirely in a time of conflict. The obstacles to reshoring PCB manufacturing are real, but they are addressable. They include high capital costs and long return on investment, a lack of a stable demand signal across both the commercial and defense markets, dependency on foreign equipment, chemicals, materials, and most importantly, the lack of a coherent national strategy or incentive structure to restore and reshore our capacity. These barriers are why we strongly support H.R. 3597, the Protecting Circuit Boards and Substrates Act. This bipartisan legislation would offer targeted tax credits and investment incentives to rebuild America's PCB base, just as the CHIPS and Science Act has done for semiconductors. In parallel, we urge increased use of the Defense Production Act to invest directly in advanced PCB manufacturing and substrate technologies. In March of 2023, the White House added PCBs to the Defense Production Act list, and since then, DPA funding has been instrumental in securing key defense supply chains. To date, the Pentagon has spent close to $115 million on domestic microelectronics, but this amount is woefully inadequate if America wants to retain its technological leadership at scale. While the United States considers what to do next, other nations are aggressively investing. Countries like Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand are expanding their PCB capabilities. And while our allies in Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan remain reliable, no foreign source can replace the need for secure domestic production, particularly in the national defense and critical infrastructure segments. Our members rely heavily on foreign-made production equipment, photoresist, plating chemistries, and even design software, much of which originates or flows through mainland China. These represent single points of failure. Any disruption, natural, economic, or man-made, has the potential to halt production, delay defense programs, or cripple the rollout of emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. The CHIPS and Science Act enjoyed rare bipartisan support because members on both sides of the aisle understood the need for America to lead in semiconductor innovation and production. But as we often say in our industry, chips don't float. Semiconductors are part of a technology stack, which includes integrated circuit substrates and printed circuit boards. And as semiconductor technology matures, commensurate advances in PCBs are required. Today, China leads in ultra-high-density interconnect, flexible PCBs, and advanced substrate technologies. And this is due to their investment in state-funded labs, integration with domestic OEMs, and sometimes the reverse engineering of Western designs. All of this has allowed Chinese manufacturers to aggressively climb the value chain. If the United States is to regain our leadership in microelectronics, bold and immediate action is required. As this commission prepares its recommendations to Congress, we strongly urge the following. Pass H.R. 3597, the Protecting Circuit Boards and Substrates Act. Increase Defense Production Act investments in printed circuit boards, and mandate domestic sourcing of PCBs and substrates for all federal government electronic systems. We're grateful for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schild. We will go through Commissioner questions in reverse alphabetical order, but I'll take the prerogative of the chair to kick us off. Dr. Groenewegen-Lau, biotech is a huge issue for the Commission this year. We've had lots of witnesses and lots of hearings tell us how well China's doing and how far ahead they are in certain aspects of biotechnology. So I found your testimony very interesting about the venture funding drought and the domestic capital squeeze for Chinese pharmaceutical companies. You noted that private biotech investment was hitting a 7-year low in 2024. You said it was down 32% year on year in terms of overall VC investment, and the weakest since 2014. Biotech felt the chill even more acutely, hitting just 28% of the 2021 peak. These are pretty dramatic falls, and there's some pretty dramatic success stories in China's biotech industry right now. Is it fair to say that at this juncture, Western pharmaceutical companies or Western VCs are essentially propping up China's biotech or biopharma industries?
Maybe the short answer is no, but that's because I think it's licensing deals that take that role, right? So it's multinational corporations, big pharma, that do deals with China over potential new treatments, and that's really an important source of income for these biotechnology startups in the Chinese ecosystem. And the logic behind that is that China itself is a relatively small part of the global pie, and investors in the Chinese market don't really see a good exit strategy if the product will primarily be sold in the Chinese market exclusively. So it's really hard for them to see the kind of benefit of an investment there, and there is really need for international partners to step in, and that's becoming a standard in the industry. Some of these are, like most of these, are licensing deals with large cash upfront and then milestones and follow-up funding. A number of these are also set up as new companies, so there's like an external company that gets the exclusive licensing deals for the world, excluding China, where the Chinese company can still maintain a share in those licensing deals rather than kind of selling those on.
But much of this funding is coming from Western companies. But for that Western financing, China's biotech industry, biotech sector, pharmaceutical sector would be doing much, much worse. Is that correct?
Yes. I think so. So, of course, there's state funding that tries to make up for some of that loss of, or that lack of venture capital in China itself. I think that kind of state funding plays an important role, and it tries to cushion that, but it comes with a lot of additional kind of limitations, and it can't really scale up that, bring the kind of do the investments to do the phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials for a really advanced new drug. I mean, you have to also think that some of these anti-cancer drugs are $500,000 per injection. So developing these just for the Chinese market doesn't make economic sense, even if it's maybe prestigious to do so. So bringing in these international partners just is also a good business practice.
Okay. Dr. Schondelmeyer, over to you. Can you put into context how dependent Americans are on Chinese firms, which ultimately means the Chinese government, for key medicines like antibiotics, heparin, and insulin? If we were to be cut off, is there any near-term Plan B alternative for Americans?
Let me level set it first. Overall, half of all of our doses of generic and/or brand name drugs have roots in China, at least the active pharmaceutical ingredients, so that's 50%. But the categories you mentioned, heparin, antibiotics, and several other categories we could name in my report, they have 80 to 95% dependence on China. So if China chose to, and for whatever reason said we're going to block exports, it would affect the U.S. Although I make a point later, we have this third-party connection for China. A lot of the drugs I talk about having China components were actually made in India, the finished dosage form, but India depended on the active ingredient from China. And so there's this, in a sense, India kind of buffers us from China in some ways, but that also becomes the point of greatest risk that we'll get back to perhaps in a bit. But we are dependent on certain categories, and I can give you a list of, I think the latest list, about 66 drugs that are only made in one factory in the world. That factory's in China, and if they didn't ship product out of that factory to India or to the U.S., nobody in the world would have that drug. Now, an economist would say, and I'm an economist too, would say, well, in the long run, everything clears out, and what's the problem? Well, unfortunately, patients die in the short run, not in the long run. And the time to correct the market, to bring new entrants in and to solve those economic problems that we have in terms of market failures in pharmaceuticals, it takes 4 or 5 years or more to get a plant up and running and approved and a product being made. And so if it's your 9-year-old daughter that has cancer, you don't want to hear from the doctor, can you just wait 4 or 5 years for that drug? The answer is probably no.
I think we'll be pushing you in more of these worst case scenarios as we go down the line. Let me shift next to my esteemed co-chair.
Building right off that, Dr. Schondelmeyer, appreciate your context. China has literally threatened to cut off supply of pharmaceuticals to the United States. It occurred during the pandemic, and we have since seen aggressive action in other critical supply chains to the United States. This is a known risk. Can you speak to actions that the pharmaceutical firms might be taking to ensure that they have access to APIs or other critical components in the face of this very real risk that China could potentially in the future, as you articulated earlier, cut the United States off?
Yeah. So the pharmaceutical firms in the U.S. that market drugs in the U.S., they don't necessarily make them in the U.S. Remember, less than 10% of our drugs are made here. The pharmaceutical firms that market drugs in the U.S., there are several things they do. One, I would point out that we've had drug shortages for a couple of decades, and it's just been kind of sub rosa. Nobody really noticed that it was there, except for the physicians and the pharmacists and the nurses who had to deal with patients and tell them, I'm sorry, we don't have the drug you need. But it's kind of sub rosa. So the problem's been there a lot longer than we realized. But COVID exaggerated it, and we became aware of some of these problems. And pre-COVID, there was sort of there are some explicit agreements and some tacit agreements that say you shouldn't put trade barriers in the way for pharmaceuticals in the market in general. And the World Trade Organization, the WHO, World Health Organization, have advocated those policies, and for the most part, most nations adhered to them. But we saw in COVID that people got desperate. We need to make sure we have enough drugs to treat our own people before we send them anywhere else. And India did that, China has done that, even a few European countries did that, and even the U.S. in the way we allocated the vaccine that was created here. We picked and chose who got it first and next after Americans got it. So countries do take actions based on protecting themselves and drugs. What do the drug companies do? They've been asked, and I think it's on a voluntary basis, to supply the FDA with a risk plan for their supply chain. It's voluntary. I have not seen those at this point because they're proprietary and confidential and not disclosed in general. But even I haven't heard even FDA internally talk a lot about what they do with those and how useful they are. I think it's a good idea, but we need to look at it and make sure we're using the information wisely. And another point we'll get back to is, do we get the data we need? I see a common theme. Every one of the panelists said we need data and a coordinated federal approach. We don't have that in drugs or chips or PCBs or biotech either. We need a coordinated federal approach, and we need to use the data we have. FDA is a great entity. You know, historically, FDA served the American population well, but they only do what they're authorized to do and what they're funded to do, appropriated. Many people impose or expect things out of FDA that are beyond their authorization and appropriation. And I think we've in many ways hamstrung FDA in terms of the authority that we do give them in the pharmaceutical marketplace. Most people assume FDA has a lot more power than they actually do in many of these actions. So I'll leave it at that and see what follow-up we have.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Everyone talks about resilience and the importance of resilience and the importance of supply chain security, but when you get down to brass tacks, companies don't want to pay for it, or at least pay for it by themselves if all of their other competitors aren't also paying for that resilience. Are there any ways around that? Are there ways the government can support and encourage resilience and kind of de-risk the cost of diversification? And I ask that to the panel with my 36 seconds left.
I'm happy to jump in really quickly on this because I think chips is a great example here where we know that the cost of producing a chip in other countries is significantly less than it is to produce here. Highly capital intensive industry. We talk about resiliency. We're talking about having more than one or two sources of supply so that you don't have a choke point. Companies are going to be willing to invest here when they know that they have some equal footing. I think the CHIPS Act went a long way in that direction, not just from the grants, but also the investment tax credits and the advanced manufacturing tax credit, which I think could be expanded, extended. That helps. With that, then I think you will see the private sector coming along. It's not a handout. It's not even remotely what other countries are offering, but it is a sort of jumpstart to getting that resiliency investment here in the U.S.
Any other quick responses?
I would agree. I think the CHIPS Act is a down payment. It's a first step. But if we want a manufacturing ecosystem, we have to look at the other parts of technology stacks so that we don't simply shift the single point of failure from one piece of technology to another.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stivers.
You've all produced some compelling testimony today on how we are our supply chains are disturbingly dependent on China, and it's been cultivated for at least a decade by the Chinese government through market manipulation and intervention. It's not a surprise. We've seen this coming. I know companies in your sector have seen this coming, but capital moves faster than policy, and it always has. And the capital flows have been in a direction of profits without regard to the long-term consequences of becoming dependent on China. So moving forward, I kind of want each of you in your sectors to paint the picture of what are the implications if the United States government does not take any action moving forward. Will we become more dependent than we are now, or is this kind of the lowest of the low at this moment, or can it get worse? And is there any chance companies in your sectors will wake up and curb their operations to become less dependent on China on their own without any U.S. government intervention? Maybe we can start with Mr. Child and move down the panel.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, the contraction in microelectronics manufacturing is about 4 or 5 decades old. At one point, we had 2,200 PCB factories in America. Today, it's 145, and I'm concerned that that number is going to get smaller. Again, we are losing the industrial policy race, and people talk a lot about a China +1 strategy. If we're not careful, we will not be the +1. Other nations, I mentioned Thailand, specifically Vietnam, they're aggressively investing. They are laying out incentives for companies who want to de-risk by moving out of China. And so while the U.S. discusses, other people are moving out, other nations are moving out. And I think that we've got to think about serious industrial policy in a variety of sectors that would put manufacturing back on our shores.
Great question. I think for years, China has been making 5-year plans. I think they're on their 13th or 14th. We haven't had the same intervention. And so I would say, in a way, we've already seen what happens if the government doesn't do anything, we lose. And so I think that the government does need to step up. Companies also need to step up. And for chips, we have seen some of that. We have seen some companies making moves to get out of China, to move their operations elsewhere, to rely more on Mexico, make more investments in the U.S. But I think that they also need that reassurance that the government has their back. And it doesn't have to necessarily be with funding. It could also be with policy measures that give those companies cover to go to their shareholders and say, we no longer can do X, Y, or Z. And the government is telling us this. That's a really important piece if you're thinking about this from a private sector perspective.
Yeah, maybe for me, it's really, I go back to this kind of competition between different industrial and innovation models. And I think, if you look at it at that level, it's not something that an individual company or a business association or a sector can really solve. This is kind of about how the entire, like a whole of nation approach, right? So where the focus is and how you bring that together. And that's probably required across industries. I have maybe an example of that I'm kind of interested in the weight loss drugs, for instance, something that's coming up. If we are continuing on this trajectory, maybe this is a perfect example of a sector where China could employ like a leapfrog opportunity. There's more demand for this than there's supply. It's going to be like a huge market, 120 billion USD market, global market by 2030. And China already has 60 analogs to semaglutide and others in the pipeline. So this is kind of another, you can see this coming. You can see that there are kind of really large parts of the industry that China is kind of in the starting blocks to kind of win in. And this requires like a coordinated effort.
Can it get worse in your sector in terms of dependency on China, and will companies wake up if there's no U.S. government action?
I think so. We're already extensively dependent for generics, but we're not that extensively dependent for intellectual property-based drugs yet. But we're moving that way quick. China's investing in intellectual property. Many of the companies in the U.S. or in Europe that have biologicals or new innovative medicines go and contract with firms in China to build a factory to make their product. And so they have to share with them sometimes the intellectual property of processes and formulas and other things. And as China has learned from that, they have more scientists now looking for new innovations and looking for their own intellectual property. And when China claims their own intellectual property on a drug, and if they do a study to get it, or the studies to get it approved in the U.S. on the market, and if a Chinese-owned firm gets a drug approved in the U.S. market, our pharmaceutical market for brand name patent-protected drugs is set up so that once you get approval, Medicare and Medicaid usually have to cover the drug, and they don't get to negotiate price unless it's one of the 10 that was on the list. But they aren't, because that list is drugs that are 9 years or more out of since they were put on the market and ready to have generic competition. So there's no competition for the price. So it's the equivalent, I think. If I'm the Chinese government, I'm going to say, hey, here's our future funding for our research and development, for our profits, for our investment in other areas. We'll just set the price. And I don't know if you've noticed, drugs coming on the market today cost $10,000, $100,000, $500,000 per year of therapy. In some cases, that's like giving a person a brand new house every year for their insurance. It's just, the prices aren't economically driven. It isn't a market. It's a market, but not an economically competitive market. So I think China has already planned to take advantage of that to fund their biotech industry.
Thanks.
Commissioner Slevin.
Thanks. Mr. Schild, I really appreciate your representation of an established foundational industrial-based sector like PCBs. A lot of the headlines, often, the magazine stories are about critical emerging technologies, but you really can't have at scale the critical and emerging without the foundational, and so I appreciate you articulating that. I wanted to ask you to expand a little bit more on the demand side signals, particularly from the commercial side. And, we see this a little bit with chips. First movers when it comes to customers can be, it is just frankly very difficult. And I'm interested in the legislation that you were advocating for, but just generally how you see that and just kind of more signals from the demand side being important here.
Absolutely. We're not going to thrive and create a secure and robust manufacturing base without both an aerospace and defense demand signal and a commercial demand signal. Obviously, the commercial market is much bigger globally for microelectronics than simply aerospace and defense, which tends to be more bespoke, and thanks to ITAR is largely on our shores. I look at the CHIPS Act and I see a $52 billion down payment, and then I see in excess of $400 billion in private commitments for further work in semiconductors in the United States. What we take away from that is that the private sector, Wall Street, follows public action. When they see the government backing a specific technology, as you've seen with semiconductors through the CHIPS Act, then private capital moves off the sidelines. The hardest business case right now in our industry is, where is your customer? Where is the demand signal? And so our legislation in the House, and it's got bipartisan support, would essentially replicate the CHIPS Act for PCBs. You would see a grant program at the Department of Commerce, and you would see tax incentives for the purchaser of American-made printed circuit boards and integrated circuit substrates. When we talk to those purchasing microelectronics, they want to de-risk. They do not want to have 60% of their supply coming out of one country. They know the risks that are inherent in that. We certainly saw it during COVID. There's any number of interruptions for supply chains that stretch all the way across the Pacific. The challenge is on pricing. And so a tax credit would begin to narrow the gap between our pricing and what you see out of China. And then those grant programs would allow for the capital investments necessary to hire new workers, buy new tooling and equipment, and expand facilities. I'm encouraged that the Defense Production Act has been used to a limited extent for defense-specific applications in that regard, but that program needs to be scaled up as well at the Pentagon.
Thanks for that. Dr. Schondelmeyer, I wanted to pick up on the exchange you had just earlier as it relates to FDA and talk a little bit more to us about just the kind of visibility FDA has into China, and also, do manufacturers report to FDA on where they source APIs?
Well, obviously, FDA does interact with China a lot. They have an office in China that helps them have people on the ground that can interact with companies there. But part of what we're talking about here is active pharmaceutical ingredients. And for example, I mentioned in my paper the heparin incident, where back in 2008, a firm in China that was raising pigs and harvesting their organs to make the heparin started substituting another chemical instead of the heparin from the pigs because it was a lot cheaper. And when they did the root cause analysis, finally at the end, they found out that the Chinese government had never inspected that factory. The FDA had never inspected that factory. FDA didn't even know they were on the list of producers for the heparin that was being sent to the U.S. So, and that wasn't just an isolated incident. It's just that tragedy brought it to light. And that happens in many cases. We don't have inspections of every plant that makes drugs for the U.S. marketplace.
Do you see
Theoretically we do, but it doesn't happen.
Do you see a statutory opportunity to address any of this?
Oh, I think definitely a statutory opportunity would help. First, mandate it, but again, if Congress is going to mandate it, they have to follow it with an appropriation. Because if I just put the policy on paper and say, here, go do it, and don't give you any money to do it, it's not going to happen.
Okay. In my last 20 seconds, Ms. Stewart, in your written testimony, I think you alluded to the global financial crisis and how China really stepped on the gas as it relates to steel. I wonder if you can just give briefly, looking ahead, if we're to see an economic downturn or recession over the next 6 months, year, just kind of paint us a picture as to what you could foresee related to that.
Yeah, thank you. We alluded to that as an example, along with electric vehicles and lithium-ion batteries and solar, because these are industries that have been systematically injured by overcapacity in China over time. And the same sort of maneuvering and playbook that China's used in those instances, we sort of would expect and already start to see evidence of when it comes to foundational semiconductors. Layer on to that potentially bad economic conditions either in China or the United States or both, and you're sort of setting up the perfect storm where you would have, for example, in China, a situation where we already know that they are adding more capacity than any other country. We already know that it's not just, that they're saying that, they're actually bringing in more equipment to operationalize that capacity than any other country. They are getting ready to meet these market share targets. And the more that they have, the more that they are facing sort of economic woes at home, the more that this export orientation is going to become more important. So if we're also facing an economic downturn, I mean, that is where you're going to see the types of things that we've seen in the past with steel, where there's a glut and it undermines U.S. producers, and we've got to get ahead of that.
Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sims.
Thank you all for your testimony. There weren't a lot of good things that came from the pandemic. I mean, even like working at home in your pajamas was cool for like 2 weeks, and everybody's like, it's probably not a good idea to keep doing this. But one good thing that came from the pandemic is I feel like supply chain risk management, which was like the backwater of U.S. policy discussion, became like really important. And everybody recognized we've got to do something about this. And so one of the things that I noticed in these conversations, though, is there seems to be like a lot of agreement over, hey, it's a problem, and hey, we need to do these things. And among you today, have you heard anything you disagree with each other on?
I think you see a lot of commonality in the problem because it all stems from an approach that the Chinese government is taking to their economy, whether it's in pharmaceutical sector, biotech, chips, steel, et cetera. I think some of the solutions are probably different just because the nature of the industries are different, but the problem is so pervasive. It actually highlights, I think, the fact that of how grave the problem is, that we are all in agreement as to what that problem is.
Yeah. I'll try a different approach. What is maybe the most provocative, aggressive, or maybe even a little outside of the Overton window idea that any of you have about addressing some of these scrim issues?
I'll volunteer that I think that we need to begin looking seriously at domestic sourcing for microelectronics for things outside of ITAR and national defense applications, and I would put critical infrastructure at the top of that list. Today, banking servers, medical devices, the water and power grid, any number of things that make daily life possible are dependent on foreign microelectronics and thereby mostly produced in China. So while we think about our military end-use applications as being critical and we build a manufacturing ecosystem in the United States, the rest of what makes life possible is simply dependent on foreign sourcing. And so that's a risk that hasn't been addressed. It would be a monumental shift to do that, but we need to begin thinking beyond just traditionally sort of held defense systems in terms of where we source microelectronics.
Anybody else?
I think one solution often talked about is reshoring, and I agree with that in part, but I don't think it's possible or even wise to reshore all pharmaceutical production to the U.S. And by pharmaceutical production, I mean making the active ingredient, not just putting the capsule together. The reason I say that is, if we centralize it all in the U.S., for example, there was a plant in Puerto Rico that had made IV solutions, the large volume IV bags that you see hanging in the hospital. They made those, and back in 2017, we had a hurricane that hit the island of Puerto Rico, just, affected that plant, and that plant made 60% of the U.S.'s total supply of IV bags. And so we had hospitals all across the country were scrambling and had a shortage of IV bags because we had centralized it and put it all in one place somewhere in the U.S. And that happened again. That plant, or a legacy follow-up to that, built a plant in North Carolina. And just last year, we had a hurricane hit and go up the coast and hit North Carolina, and wiped out our large volume IV bags again because we had 60% of the volume at one plant. So I think we need to also work with partners, particularly in the Western Hemisphere. There are very few Western Hemisphere producers of API pharmaceuticals, but there are some good, the U.S. can do some of it, Canada can do some, Brazil is strong and has a large population, could do some, Argentina, Mexico.
So we've got a whole continent, but that's not big enough to, I mean, we couldn't spread it across an entire continent and it wouldn't be dispersed enough?
These days, you have to be careful of, you know, some of our neighbors aren't real happy with us right now. So the most likely candidates to help us make more API, we're fighting over other things at this point too. So sometimes you need more than two friends.
Anybody else?
So, yeah, things, maybe I can go back to this idea of competition between industrial innovation ecosystems, and I also want to react to some things that were said in the previous panel, because I look a lot at Chinese government policy documents and discussions, and I see a lot of things going wrong in China as well. Sure, China has an idea of what sectors it wants to pick, but actually if you want to zoom in and get to a list of which things are their priorities, there are 10 lists. Actually, it wants to do everything and wants to lead in everything. And then, is it good at commercialization of research? Actually not. That's what they complain about. They think the US is very good at that. They have lots of patents, but they're not converting many of them into kind of industrial output. They're probably good at kind of look at what things are prototyped in other markets and then commercializing those. There are certain things that work well in the Chinese system. But I think it's an open race. There are many things that go wrong in China, and they have economic challenges, etc. Maybe the thing that is then a little bit kind of that I see there, that at least what is happening in Beijing is that they put science technology front and center in all their policy thinking, and that they're willing to forego kind of increases in the well-being of the general population. They're suppressing wages, I guess, doing other things that are not distributing wealth across the country, and then we complain they're not promoting consumption because they think that science technology development is front and center. So I think I mean, maybe I should be speaking for Europe a little bit more, but the realization has not completely sunk in that what will be necessary to compete in this race. There will be a few things that we're not putting on the table right now that will be required if we want to be competitive.
Ms. Stewart, you want to wrap it up?
Okay.
With something crazy, something extra crazy?
Yes, I see a couple of gaps. So one is we can stop China tomorrow from making foundational semiconductors by stopping the equipment sales to them. This is not a popular idea. We're already export controlling advanced equipment. If we were to take another step and to stop the sale of foundational equipment to China, we'd have to do it with our allies, otherwise we're just shooting ourselves in the foot. We'd have to cover parts, components, and servicing, but we could really slow China down that way. On the import side, we also have a gap. We don't know what we're buying from China. We know that it's a problem. We know that they're building capacity. We know an import surge is coming, but we don't know how many Chinese chips are in things that we are buying, including for our own government, which is why we need to know our chip, or KYC. It's a play on words, but it really would be important so that we could actually figure out, you know, how to give a bonus to a US-made chip, or how to discipline with a tariff or some other measure a Chinese-made chip embedded in a phone, a car, etc.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Shriver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to our witnesses. Really excellent statements, and enjoyed the conversation, learning a lot. For the sectors you all cover, just maybe go down the line. If China were to invade Taiwan tomorrow and the U.S. made the political decision to help Taiwan with its defense, what would you expect China to do? And what would the impact be for the U.S. and for China?
If China really wanted to get our attention, the 13% of drugs that are directly imported to the U.S. from China, they could block those. Second, they could put pressure on their trading partner, India, who makes most of the rest of our drugs, and say, we'll give you enough active pharmaceutical ingredients to make drugs for the rest of the world, but we don't want you shipping any to the U.S. And then India will have to decide what they're going to do. And keep in mind, India and China together, the two largest nations, are a third of the world's population, and they only account for about 4% of the expenditure. We're 4% of the population and account for 40%. So there's a lot of leverage that China would have over India in that battle. The other thing, I've looked at where new plants have been built to make API over the last decade, and the U.S. has dropped dramatically. Europe has dropped dramatically, except for Italy, Spain, and Portugal, perhaps. But where are the four places that have had the biggest growth in new API facilities? China, India, Israel, and Taiwan. Now, do any of those have geopolitical risk in them? All of them do. So it would just make the problem worse.
Well, on the chip side, Taiwan holds the keys to the kingdom, so to speak, with TSMC in Taiwan, which is largest semiconductor manufacturing company and does advanced chips, does foundational chips. If I'm China and I invade the island, I want to take over TSMC as one of my main objectives, so that I don't have to worry about getting chips from the United States or anybody else anymore, and I can realize my self-sufficiency goals. I think, among other objectives, that would be one thing that China would be looking for. The U.S. probably would be looking to prevent that. Maybe already is talking with Taiwan about what that kind of scenario looks like, so that we don't end up in that position. But I think what that really illustrates is that the flow of chips is this is a dependency game. So if China takes Taiwan and gets access to TSMC and doesn't need us anymore, we have a lot less leverage to either deter China's, aggression against Taiwan or stop that, at least from an economic sense. So we need to act now, right? We need to think about what we can do on the manufacturing equipment, as I said, but also think about new tools like a Section 421 China-specific safeguard that contemplates an import surge and doesn't require the U.S. to actually have any injury yet. It just needs to be threatened by injury. We don't have that tool at our disposal now. We could put that in place, and we could put ourselves in a much better situation going forward in the, probably likely event that we do see that under Xi's tenure.
The bottom line is that microelectronics are in everything that make modern life possible. 90% of printed circuit boards are coming out of Asia, 60% are coming out of China. A conflict like the one you suggest would inevitably lead to immediate challenges to import the goods that we need, and that's why a domestic source is critically important. We've already got it for certain bespoke defense applications. We need it for critical infrastructure, and we just need to expand in general the capacity that is there. There is no surge capacity at the moment for microelectronics and manufacturing in the United States. So the conflict you're describing, which is on the minds of many people in this town I know, is, I think, a very real threat to our supply chains. Business leaders see it, leaders in the military see it, and that's why we need to act and not watch other nations who are trying to be part of this shift out of China capture those markets.
Yeah, so I think, on the biotechnology side, I think, the critical medicine is kind of the main thing, right? China has legislation in place to stop those exports, so it's kind of prepared to take these steps very quickly, and I think that would be a logical immediate. You would really need to be prepared for that. That would be an automatic thing. I mean, on the more innovative drug side, some of these have longer cycles. But then you start thinking about CDMOs and some of these parts that are more deeply embedded in the innovation chain there. I do think it's, speaking a little bit beyond biotechnology, I do think that, of course, it would be an objective for the PLA to take TSMC, but it would, in my analysis, be very difficult for them to get access to the factories and make sure that they're still producing. But of course, it would still have a similar effect that you would lose that capacity nonetheless in such an event. Yeah.
Chair Price.
Thank you. And thank you all for your very important testimony today. Dr. Schondelmeyer, I want to just ask the quick question, worst case scenario. That's where you ended your testimony. Give us the short answer. What's the worst case scenario?
Well, I gave one example of if China and India have a fight and China says we're not going to send India anymore, that would be more devastating than China not sending us any more active pharmaceutical ingredient, because India is the one that takes active pharmaceutical ingredient from China and makes it into drugs that we take in our bodies. So that would be the worst, but there could be others, especially in the Taiwan-China scenario. If I'm preparing to do hostilities with someone, Taiwan or the U.S. supporting Taiwan, I would look to ways that I can cripple my enemy's readiness. And I would look to say, what drugs are we making and sending out? And can we find some undetectable ingredients we can slip into these drugs that would affect the military in the U.S. so they aren't capable or as prepared as they should be to engage us? And that could happen. I think I talk a lot about the population, and certainly there are a lot more people, but we depend on our warfighters to be prepared as well, and we depend on them to be protected and secure. And there are ingredients, the example I gave about the valsartan and the NDMA, the nitrosamine, the carcinogen, it was in drugs before we ever noticed it. And then it was discovered, then we found out it's in 10 different drugs that we didn't realize. What that tells me is undetected things can get in drugs without our knowledge, and they can do harm to people without our knowledge, and it takes us a long time to find it.
Okay, so
and I would do that if I was preparing to do hostility.
So then I want to get to some of the policy recommendations you have at the end of your testimony. You make the point that there's no coordinated integrated industrial policy process at the federal level in the U.S. And then you make 6 or 7 recommendations. What are your top 2 in those recommendations?
You got to have information first. You have to build a database that's market-wide database of, and I've done this once, and I work with the United States Pharmacopoeia to help them do this in part, but we don't have access to all the data the government does. But you need a database of all the drugs in the U.S. market, and then we need to have a map that shows us not only who's selling it and who got the approval from the FDA, neither of which are usually the ones that really made the drug or the active ingredient. So who put the finished dosage form together? Who put the active pharmaceutical ingredient together? Whose key starting materials did they use? And if you trace that back for all the drugs in the U.S. market, we might find that China is even more embedded than we realize already. And there is an example of that. I went to and worked with and understand what's done in New Zealand. Their MedSafe program, they have that entire supply chain. It's on their website. You can look it up for any of the drugs in New Zealand and tell where they are. So it's possible. New Zealand has 5 million people. They can do it. we should be able to do that in the U.S. too. And so you have to start with data. And then once you have the data, then you need people with the capabilities and the authority to do something with it. Again, I applaud FDA for many things, but they're authorized to evaluate the safety and effectiveness of drugs. Nowhere that I'm aware of does FDA's authorizing legislation say that they're to take into account the economics of drugs. In fact, I think for the most part, they're prohibited from looking at costs when they consider approval of drugs. So we've kind of have certain areas in our policy that we've shielded, and we've told, until recently, we told Medicare, don't negotiate drug prices. Okay, you can do these 10, but no others. So we've taken all the market mechanisms, negotiation and other things, and said don't do them, and yet we pretend like there's a market for drugs and drug prices. So I would, look at that. How can we implement market-based, true economically competitive market-based solutions, not just the IP-protected monopolies that go on for 20 and 30 years, because it would be easy for a country like China to take advantage of that and suck a lot of money out of our government, not just health and drugs, but a lot of money out of our government before we realize what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kuiken.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Mr. Schill, you triggered me, so you're going to get a story. I'm sorry. So as you were talking about PCB boards, I remember holding a soldering gun as like a 5 or a 6-year-old, my dad telling me it was hot and soldering on like microchips onto one of these green boards that you were talking about. And then you further triggered me on one of your other questions where I remember installing an NVIDIA graphics card into one of my old computers to extend the life of my computer. So thank you for bringing back some, I guess, good memories of PCBs. And I'm going to come to you with questions, but not in this first round, sorry. Dr. Schondelmeyer and Mr. Groenewegen-Lau, hopefully I pronounced it correctly, I apologize if I didn't. You guys have talked a lot about pharmaceuticals. I actually want to talk about non-pharma biotech, because I actually think non-pharma biotech is, if not equally troubling, more troubling than pharma biotech. I was recently drinking a diet soda. I won't get scolded by any companies today. And I was told that aspartame is made with amino acids. And then I was told that those amino acids actually come from China. Something that, like, in all of my life, I had never thought about the amino acids that build the aspartame that I drink too much of. So can you just talk to us a little bit about, and Mr. Schill did a bunch of this, where he started talking about building blocks. There are a lot of building blocks that go into non-pharma biotech, and non-pharma biotech is all around us, whether it's the amino acids in our aspartame, it's in our foods, and it's in all of these places that people literally never think about, and our dependencies. And Dr. Schondelmeyer, you sort of touched on this about sort of the Indian companies being dependent on inputs from Chinese companies, and sort of the ecosystem and the building blocks and the infrastructure layer that China has really locked down. So, Mr. Schondelmeyer, you're a professor, so you've got a lot of time on the board already. I'm going to go with Mr. Groenewegen first to make sure he gets a chance to talk about this. So, you can talk about amino acids, you can talk about the entire ecosystem. Don't feel like I'm limiting you to amino acids, but talk to us about these building blocks in non-pharma biotech and where they are around us.
Yeah, so thanks for that question. So, yeah, we looked in the report also a little bit into kind of the non-pharma biotech, and particularly we looked into some of the fermentation capacity China has, because we realized that a lot of the industry experts that we talked to highlighted that there's such a good kind of synergy in the Chinese system. This goes back to some of the points in the other panels as well. Between researchers and industry, where it was much easier than in Europe in that case for Chinese researchers to get fermentation capacity of industry, right? So there were these co-innovation platforms, and there were a lot of these direct interactions. So we looked into this a bit, and it's And we could find, of course, that China is kind of on the innovation side, there are lots of patents, and then there's on the industrial production side, they also have a lot of capacity. So in amino acids, they're producing a lot, but I guess the bottom line is that it's a little bit kind of more low-tech, so we tend to be less interested in it, but actually China has therefore a really good basis to bring these two together, and once kind of the biotechnology solutions become more cost-effective to scale up really quickly. So these are really things that are ahead of us. So, I mean, amino acids, aspartame you mentioned, I found, of course, in instant formula, there are some proteins that are used there. 70% of those are being produced in China. And I think the other really large category is animal feed, where 77% of lysine, for instance, comes out of China. So this has been a known issue that feed industry associations have also been raising. So yeah, China vitamins even higher, 75% also for feed. So I mean, in enzyme preparation, so that's more the advanced stuff there. China is still relatively weak, so it misses some of the components, but it's kind of in the starting blocks when these components come together.
Yes, I think what you're calling non-pharma biotech are things that are actually in pharma, but they're just not what we focus on. We use enzymes, we use household chemicals and other things to make drugs, excipients we call them sometimes, or other things that make those drugs, and we don't even think about that. We're still worrying about the active ingredient, but the key starting material and the raw materials behind that are non-pharma biotech. And the other thing I point out is almost all of pharmaceuticals, not all, but almost all, is petroleum-based.
You're about to go on a riff, so I just want to pause you. So as we think about all those things you just talked about in the non-pharma space, based on what Dr. Groenewegen just said, it sounds like the dependencies are fairly severe in that space. Is that a bad read?
Yes. He mentioned vitamins. We're very dependent on China for vitamins. Some enzymes used in pharmaceutical processes, we're dependent on them for. And reagents and processing chemicals used to do processes, we are very dependent on China for those as well.
And as we think about that sort of the dependency we have here in the U.S. bioeconomy, should we think that those similar dependencies exist for Europe, exist for other parts of Asia and beyond, or just like unpack the stack a little bit for us here?
I think for the most part, similar dependencies exist in Europe. Europe does have a couple of nodes of pharma production, Italy in particular, and to some degree Spain and Portugal have do some API and some key starting material production. But Europe used to be 0.3% dependent on China back in 1991, and today they're like 65 or 70% dependent on China for those kinds of materials. So it went from 0.3 to 60 or 70%. So the dependencies even in Europe are building up, and much the same as they are here. There are a few differences.
And maybe to add that some of those percentages I mentioned earlier are kind of capturing the global market. So this is kind of everywhere. And yeah, I mean, we have a similar discussion to some extent in Europe around bringing back or ensuring that active pharmaceutical ingredient production remains in Europe, especially for critical medicine. But there's some headline news that some of this is moving out. Energy costs, environmental regulations make that kind of very prohibitive to keep some of that. So it's going into the other direction, and more will be needed to kind of revert that in Europe as well.
Thank you. And Dr. Schell, I'll come to you on the second round.
Commissioner Hodges.
Thank you for being here today. Many of you spoke earlier about China's strategy to dominate. And so my question today is focused on if the U.S. ecosystem and investments, if our investment efforts remain the same as they've been for the past several years, are we on a trajectory to establish meaningful competition or resiliency as you see it?
No, the status quo is unacceptable. Decades of industrial policy have led to Chinese dominance of these markets. I'm encouraged by what the CHIPS and Science Act represents, but there's a great deal more that we have to do in Washington to build out an complete ecosystem, at least in the realm of microelectronics, that's robust and sustainable.
Thank you.
agree, no. I would say one of the reasons that we have put forth this build, protect, promote strategy is that what we see is the U.S. is sort of indexing on one of those prongs, and then, a few years later, it'll index on another prong. And what we're saying is, if you actually do them simultaneously, where you're making the investments, but then you're saying, okay, what are the threats to these investments? Is it price volatility? Okay, let's protect that with a tariff, but let's calibrate the tariff. Okay, so now we've got an investment, we've protected the investment, but now we have a US-made chip, who wants it? We need to create demand signals, right? So I think, while we're not going to adopt, hopefully, a full non-market economy agenda, there are things that we can do to make ourselves much more competitive.
Perfect. Sir?
I think also no. So maybe some other part of that question is that kind of trying to think of this from a Chinese perspective, the previous status quo was also not sustainable. I guess it would be convenient for us if China was like a factory of the world and remained in kind of the lower end of the production chain. But clearly that's not what they want, and they have kind of tried everything to change that. And that's, so I guess some of those past realities are really gone, and that requires really different approach.
Thank you. Mr. Schondelmeyer?
I give it a fourth vote for no. And I would base that on, if you look at the U.S. as a whole, the market kind of treats pharmaceuticals as the intellectual property-based side. There's very little new investment. In fact, there's been acquisitions and mergers and generic companies disappearing out of the market, which leads to shortages and exaggerates our problem and leads to us being even more dependent on India or other countries for those products.
Thank you. So to follow on that, we know China has a majority market share in end products and relevant mature node chips. Just to read sort of a chart that I have here, solar panels, 80% market share, mobile phones, 56% market share, electric vehicles, 73% market share, display panels, 66%. That's pretty staggering. It's very concerning. I think you would all agree, given your relevant sectors. And so going back to one of the comments you made, Ms. Stewart, are there any efforts underway to work with companies, whether in the United States or in Europe or in other allied countries, to build this ecosystem? So we're not just working on the investment side of it or sort of the footprint to get things built, but we're actually building that pipeline where there would be demand for orders.
I think there's green shoots. I'm not sure that there's a comprehensive strategy, and I think that that's the problem. I think we see bits and pieces of a protect strategy. I think we had a lot of build in the last administration. That's continuing. A new announcement yesterday by Global Foundries, I think $16 billion. So there's bits and pieces. The demand side is really lagging. We do need to really be thinking about that. We've put some recommendations in our testimony about how to drive that, because I do think, once we make these chips, we really need to be able to get them out to
I've only got 40 seconds left. Mr. Schill?
Absolutely. The investment in semiconductors is not a complete investment in a sustainable ecosystem, right? It's great to see those factories rising in places like Arizona and Ohio. We could see an ecosystem or a node around those facilities that involves other kinds of microelectronics, including printing circuit boards and IC substrates. And then I think we would have something that can last for decades or more.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my appreciation to the panel for your testimony. We've talked a lot about supply chain mapping, and I'm curious as to the impact of industries concerned about sharing proprietary data has on efforts to do that. Obviously, the point of mapping would be to enhance our visibility and foster transparency into these supply chains to identify choke points and vulnerabilities. But I would think it would also implicate a lot of information and processes that competitors might not want to share. So how big of a challenge is that in both of your sectors? And how do we effectively balance that? That is, how do we map chains in a way to identify that sort of risk that we all agree we need to identify while protecting protected information?
Well, in the pharmaceutical sector and mapping pharmaceuticals, we see that problem a lot. In the data that companies are supposed to report to FDA, companies can self-declare that this information is proprietary and we don't want it disclosed publicly. And then the FDA can't do anything with it. So I think first we need to define what really is proprietary, what does it mean, and what kinds of things could or should be protected, and does it differ across industries? And then what is confidential, how do you deal with those? So I respect that there are times and things you need to keep protected, but my example of New Zealand that has these entire supply chain maps on them, and probably 60–70% of the products used in New Zealand are made by the same company, and it's the same product that's going to be shipped to the U.S. And I interviewed the folks at the New Zealand FDA, and they have not said that they have not had any problems in their country as far as they know from the industry and complaints about information getting around and causing a problem with disclosing that information publicly. So sometimes I think the boogeyman of proprietary and confidential is overstated and maybe not well-founded. And in New Zealand, for example, it doesn't seem to be. And I think we could make more public. And then there are different degrees of making things public. We don't have to publish everything in the Washington Post, New York Times, or the internet or the web. But there are some things we can make public. Some we could make available to policy analysts, to different government agencies. But right now there are things that FDA gets that they can't share with anybody or any other agency in the government.
How about in the chip sector?
I would say one of the big gaps I see is that when we look at census data on trade, the product breakouts don't tell you, they don't differentiate between node size of what kind of chips are coming in. They don't differentiate between types of chips as a general matter. They need to be updated because that would be an anonymized way of tracking some of this trade in a better way. So you would understand where an advanced chip is coming in versus a foundational chip. Efforts to collect that data from companies, such as a recent survey that the Department of Commerce did on legacy chips, have shown that outside of that sort of census data, companies don't even really know where their chips are coming from. So that's part of the reason that we need to get to the know your chip. So I would say better HTS breakouts for trade data, plus we need to have some type of policy measure that requires importers to understand what they are purchasing when it comes to chips.
Yeah, Commissioner, I think your question calls out an underappreciated risk, which is research and development are very often co-located with production. When you move facilities overseas, inevitably you are going to lose the innovation that goes with it. We've made a commitment here in Washington through the CHIPS Act that we want to invent and manufacture the next generation of semiconductors. We are not going to invent and manufacture the boards that must go with those chips if those factories are located overseas. So it is important to understand where these supply chains stretch into and have as much production here as possible, because inevitably the next generation technologies will be invented at those factories.
Thank you. Let me follow up on that point and shift gears a little bit and talk about toasters with you, Mr. Shield. In your testimony, you indicated we're not necessarily concerned about manufacturing the chips that go in common household goods like toasters. But I'm curious as to the impact of building excess capacity for even commoditized goods like that has on the ability to build legacy chips in other sectors where we might be concerned, and to build the advanced chips. As the resident philosophy major here on the panel, I won't pretend to be an expert in the economics of these supply chains or in building excess capacity, but I would think that the model that the Chinese have employed so far is to build this excess capacity in excess of global demand and use that to obviously distort the price, undercut competition, and ultimately displace competitors. Does not including chips in building excess capacity, even in common household goods like that, enable them to undercut American manufacturing even in the more advanced sectors that we're concerned about?
Yeah, absolutely.
And if so, then how do we prioritize?
I think I would recommend prioritizing those systems that are critical right now Certainly national security, aerospace and defense, and critical infrastructure are sectors where we are dependent right now on foreign sourcing for systems that we simply cannot have that dependency for. When you talk about the thermostat on the wall, right, which probably contains a Chinese PCB, those are produced at very large scale. They are relatively low tech. And yes, if they're being produced in excess capacity, or some might say dumped on U.S. shores, that does create a competitive disadvantage. But our focus really is on those critical national security and critical infrastructure applications where the dependency poses risks that are, I think, different from lower tech commercial sector risks.
Yeah, but just with the indulgence of the chair, in your response to earlier question, you've talked about the importance of having some surge capacity here. Would it have an impact on that, even if it's for something like a thermostat?
Absolutely, yeah. We do not have a surge capacity in the United States. There was a conflict alluded to earlier. Were we to have a sudden supply chain interruption, the ability for domestic factories to ramp up really doesn't exist today.
Thank you.
Last but not least, Commissioner Friedberg.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schild, if I could just pick up where my colleague left off. If you took those sectors that you mentioned as being critical, how big a domestic PCB capacity do you think is necessary to supply the demand of those sectors?
Most of the 145 facilities that are in operation in the United States right now have an aerospace and defense focus because any number of trade restrictions or domestic defense primes require that work be onshore. I'd have to get back to you about a specific percentage. Aerospace and defense represents about 4% of the global PCB market. Commercial markets are obviously much higher. But the gap here is that we don't think about the water and power grid, telecommunications, 5G networks as being critical, and we don't often put them in that national security bucket. So we look at the foreign dependency that exists on Chinese PCBs, and we don't necessarily assess it as a risk. But we would need a massive growth of those commercial production capabilities.
So the domestic capacity that exists now, to your knowledge, is being used primarily for defense and aerospace purposes?
There is some domestic commercial production, but it's primarily aerospace and defense, correct?
Okay. And do you happen to have a guess or a number as to what percentage of the demand for those sectors, defense and aerospace, for PCBs is being satisfied by domestic producers?
I'd have to get back to you on a specific percentage. Again, we are able to meet the demands of the Pentagon today for very critical, very high-end applications, and I think we'll be able to continue to do so in the future. If that were to suddenly triple, let's say overnight, there would be certainly challenges.
Okay. It strikes me that in this area, as in some others, if we're talking about large-scale government policies, you need to have some sense of how big they have to be and what the targets have to be. Dr. Groenewegen-Lau, you used the very interesting phrase in your testimony that the presence of Chinese graduate students and postdocs in the United States represents a hidden subsidy to the American biotechnology industry. I wonder if you could expand briefly on what exactly you mean by that. Secondly, how would you assess the value of that hidden subsidy? And third, what do you think would be the consequences for American biotech of losing that subsidy if Chinese graduate students and postdocs are prevented from coming to the United States?
Yeah, so I mean, thank you for bringing that up. It's clear that there's a lot of PhDs coming out of China, or students out of China that work in wet labs in large biotechnology hubs in the US, and they've provided a lot of kind of lab labor in that context. We know there's some data figures also in the paper on how they are more productive in publishing highly cited papers. So on the research side, there's a clear kind of input there. But there's a lot of anecdotal evidence that they provide a lot of the labor force that is kind of essential to development of new biotechnology research. I don't really have an exact figure for what the percentage of that is, but it's definitely significant. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Stewart, two questions. First, on the manufacturing equipment that's necessary for foundational chips. I mean, we've learned from experience of the last few years that the SMEs required to make the highest end chips are manufactured only by a very small number of countries, and with some effort, we're able to coordinate policy with those countries to cut off China's supply. What about the supply of SMEs for foundational chips? How big is that? How many countries are involved?
Great question. The equipment manufacturers for both advanced and foundational are all limited. It's all part of the same group of companies, US, Japan, Netherlands, and then you've got some additional tool producers in the EU and beyond. But the three main countries involved are the US, Netherlands, and Japan.
Okay. Something we talked about in the previous panel, and you've responded to a couple of questions about this, but I want to ask you again. You have this concept, the necessity of essentially tracking the content of imports to the United States and identifying the source of the semiconductors, foundational semiconductors, presumably, that are contained in products that come into the U.S. And of course, an end product can contain sub-assemblies that contain sub-assemblies. It's like a Russian doll. How exactly do you propose to track the presence of Chinese-made foundational chips in all of that? Who takes responsibility for determining that? How difficult and costly would it be actually to do that?
Excellent question. We actually do this in many other areas as well. For example, seafood traceability. The onus would be on the U.S. importer to understand the supply chain for the chips in whatever product that they are importing. It doesn't exist now. It doesn't even exist necessarily for the U.S. government that is bringing in laptops or phones. So it would be an extra burden than what we have now, but it is doable, and it could be deployed, I think, in a risk-based approach where maybe you start with, certain sectors that are the most at risk and say, okay, we're going to start here. U.S. importers, you're on notice. You've got 6 months to figure out your supply chain for chips. You need to know where are they being designed and or fabricated. And if they are being designed or fabricated in China, you need to indicate that, and that will sort of trigger whatever policy measure it is, whether it's a component tariff or some type of prohibition, et cetera.
Okay. Thank you very much.
We've finished our first round of questions. I had a final question, but on component tariffs, but as if Commissioner Freeberg just snagged it. Are there any other commissioners? Commissioner Keichner.
Yeah, I promised Mr. Schill a question for triggering me. So let me just bang that one out. So you mentioned a lot of things about the Defense Production Act. I think there's a lot of goodness in the things that you were saying, and your comments about sort of these green boards or all kinds of things, whether it's Commissioner Goodwin's toaster or Commissioner Shriver's many iPhones. So you sort of said there's no excess capacity in the United States. I visited a lot of these facilities, defense facilities and non-defense facilities over the last decade, and I completely agree with that assessment. And then you sort of said, we need to leverage the Defense Production Act to, sort of fix all these things. My experience with the Defense Production Act is generally there's a dramatic amount of reticence to use the Defense Production Act aggressively. Thing one. Thing two, it's expiring this year. So there's an opportunity to sort of evaluate what works, what doesn't work. Thing three, prior to the end of the Cold War, every department and agency always had a human in that department and agency that was a Defense Production Act expert. Those people don't exist in all these departments and agencies anymore. So the people that can sort of mobilize their departments and agencies are gone, whether it's the Department of Energy or the Department of Commerce or the Department of Agriculture. And I know some of these things you're thinking to yourself, why are these related? Well, we've heard a lot about APIs and the stack in the biotech community. So as we sort of looked at making recommendations at the end of the year, obviously it's sort of say let's just extend the Defense Production Act. Congress should do that. But it seems to me that there's sort of a more holistic or sort of thoughtful approach that's required here. that not only sort of requires, sort of traditional DPA authorities, but also some of the more sort of awesome powers that it has in the way of loan guarantees and other tools, facilitization and some of these other things. Have you guys thought at the Printed Circuit Board Industry Association sort of about this and, sort of beyond your sort of traditional writ to say, like, we got to be more thoughtful about this, we got to be broader about this? And then I'm just going to let you riff, and then Commissioner Miller can gavel us out.
Sure. Well, first, let me thank you for being part of America's industrial base by putting together PCBs in your youth. The DPA is a great tool. It really is. And I would say if you look at the $115 million that's been deployed across the last 4 years, we would like to see that amount grow, but it is building factories today in Michigan, in New Hampshire, in New York, new PCB facilities for the highest end applications of those technologies. So, of course, we would encourage the appropriators to, fund that money, and then the relevant officials at the Department of Defense, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Industrial Base Policy, I know that's an unconfirmed position at the moment, to spend that money aggressively, because, those UHDI boards, for example, that are necessary for next generation chips that go into our strategic systems, that go into any number of precision munitions, anything afloat or undersea, they're necessary. And that capacity needs to be grown inside the United States. So it's that DPA budget line, specifically the microelectronics line, that needs to grow. If it's funded in a healthy way, and then the Pentagon executes on those dollars, I think you will see capacity grow in the United States.
Any other commissioners have final questions? No. Okay, with that, we will adjourn for lunch, and we will return for panel 3 at 1:40 p.m.
Welcome back. Our third panel will review U.S. policy efforts to bolster supply chain resiliency, identify gaps in existing tools, and evaluate strategies to address supply chain risks stemming from Chinese overcapacity. First, we will hear from Dr. Monica Gorman, who is a managing director at Crowell Global Advisories. Dr. Gorman will evaluate the effectiveness of the U.S. efforts to address commercial supply chain challenges related to dependence on China. Next, we'll welcome Dr. Bradley Martin, who is a senior policy researcher at RAND, and will focus on U.S. efforts to establish secure defense supply chains and assess whether existing tools are adequate to ensure resilient supply. Thank you both for your testimony. The Commission is looking forward to your remarks. I ask that you keep your remarks to 7 minutes. Dr. Gorman, we'll begin with you.
Thank you, Chair Schmavonian and Chair Miller. Members of the Commission, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the topic of supply chains and our national security. My name is Monica Gorman, and I'm a managing director with Crowell Global Advisors, the policy consulting arm of Crowell & Moring, LLP. Until January 2025, I served as Special Assistant to the President for Manufacturing and Industrial Policy at the White House National Economic Council. Before government service, I worked for many years as an executive in the apparel and footwear industry. I managed corporate teams around the world and tackled supply chain issues related to global sourcing and U.S. manufacturing. My testimony today is based on public reports, several of which I coordinated or contributed to during my time in government, as well as observations from my public and private sector experience. More than 5 years have passed since the start of the global COVID-19 pandemic and the supply chain disruptions that accompanied it. Yet those supply chain risks did not materialize overnight. For decades, American companies pursued globalization, which led to increasing geographic concentration of production into the most efficient, cost-effective countries. When the pandemic unexpectedly upended these systems, it revealed critical dependencies on foreign suppliers in key sectors, from semiconductors and pharmaceuticals to batteries and defense-related materials, all of which were years in the making. Nowhere are these choke points more significant than in supply chains running through the People's Republic of China. Pandemic-era disruptions galvanized an unprecedented level of federal government attention to supply chains. In February 21, President Biden signed an executive order that mobilized a whole-of-government focus on supply chain risks and resulted in the publication of 4 100-day reports in 21, 6 industrial-based assessments in 22, and a quadrennial review in December 24. The White House established the Supply Chain Disruptions Task Force to coordinate the federal government's response to immediate supply chain crises, and launched the White House Council on Supply Chain Resilience to drive cabinet-level coordination of long-term supply chain risk management. Agencies also recognized the need to institutionalize supply chain capabilities as permanent functions. Dedicated offices were established at the Departments of Commerce, Energy, Homeland Security, and HHS. However, much more needs to be done to institutionalize supply chain policymaking and ensure attention remains focused on structural risks. The cross-cutting nature of supply chain work is hindered by legal, technical, and institutional barriers, which are especially apparent when it comes to data sharing within or between agencies. Challenges also arise when agencies cannot agree on which industries to prioritize or which resources and authorities are best utilized to achieve certain objectives. In fall of '24, Commerce's Supply Chain Center unveiled its SCALE tool, which uses government data to assess current and prospective supply chain risks. SCALE found that more than 38% of U.S. industries source over half their imports from the PRC or Russia, and 71 industries are at least 70% reliant on adversaries for most of their imports. Notable data gaps remain, however, with respect to upstream supply chain dependencies on the PRC. Not enough is known about the base materials, components, parts, and processing that go into final imported products, as well as the imported parts going into U.S. production lines. Most supply chain data is held by the private sector and protected for confidentiality. Policy tools are available to address supply chain dependencies on the PRC, but many, including certain trade remedies, were designed for a different industrial era and are difficult to deploy at the speed and scale needed to address China's non-market policies and practices. Trade data collected according to the harmonized tariff schedule is not as granular as corporate data captured in, say, a product's bill of materials. Technical reforms to the HTS could improve the U.S. government's ability to distinguish between imports of certain kinds of critical minerals or chemicals, for example. Reforms would also allow for more precise targeting of imports of concern with trade actions or tariffs. Because supply chains are run by the private sector, it is crucial that new mechanisms for public-private collaboration continue to be explored. Successful initiatives involving voluntary data sharing, such as HHS's Supply Chain Control Tower, could serve as models for other sectors. Financial markets do not systematically measure and price in the cost of supply chain risks today. Companies do not routinely stress test supply chains against various risk scenarios. So policies that incentivize companies to consider and mitigate supply chain risks with the PRC during the normal course of business, and not just when a crisis hits, would help reduce the likelihood of latent vulnerabilities building up over time. As this commission knows, much has been done to invest in key U.S. industries over the past few years to reduce U.S. dependence on the PRC. That said, domestic demand continues to outstrip anticipated domestic supply. Countering the PRC's dominance underlying many of these industries will require a sustained, multi-pronged strategy that includes not just federal investment, but also tax policy, targeted tariffs, and incentives to scale new and advanced technologies over the long term. U.S. manufacturers continue to face competitive pressures vis-a-vis PRC firms. PRC producers enjoy structural advantages that artificially lower costs and create price pressures compared to non-PRC producers. Countering PRC dominance requires not only supply-side incentives to expand manufacturing capacity, but also demand-side support to assure markets that large-scale investments in U.S. production can be sustained over time. U.S. manufacturing alone also cannot remedy supply chain dependencies on the PRC. The U.S. needs to foster integrated and diversified supply chains, including across borders. Sector-specific agreements with like-minded countries would support more balanced supply chain ecosystems and expand market access for American manufacturers. Ideally, these agreements would incorporate incentives to promote localized manufacturing of upstream components, further reducing dependencies on PRC sources. So functioning supply chains are a lot like being in good health. We tend to take them for granted until a crisis hits. As the pandemic-induced disruptions revealed, supply chains left solely to the design of market forces, particularly when a country like the PRC seeks to dominate global markets, yield dangerous dependencies and choke points that threaten the economic and national security of the United States. It is vital that the federal government proactively utilize all available policy tools and explore new ones to ensure that the pre-pandemic supply chain patterns do not once again become the normal course of business. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Dr. Martin.
Good afternoon, Commission members. I really appreciate the chance to speak with you. Although this Commission focuses on China and its actions, many of the things I'll cover today concerning the United States defense industrial base are primarily the result of actions taken by the United States over several decades. They are the result of long-term trends, the evolving threat environment, and complacency and undue faith in the U.S. ability to remedy shortfalls in the event of a crisis. What might have been true for the United States in earlier eras with respect to ability to react and recover from shocks may no longer be true. Readiness means prior preparation, not faith in the ability to react. This is not to suggest that the current vulnerability is beyond remedy, but to suggest that action is needed. China's preeminence in manufacturing across key elements of supply chains is well known. China has the largest manufacturing sector of any national economy. It dominates international trade, which means it is connected to supply chains around the world. Finding all the places where China directly and indirectly affects critical supply chains is nearly impossible, because commodities pass in and out of China at various stages of the production process throughout it. We do know that China is preeminent in several basic industries, without which other economies would have difficulty functioning. These include, just as an example, the processing of critical minerals, chemical production for industrial, pharmaceutical, and military use, some kinds of microelectronics, and batteries. These commodities are not always at the cutting edge of technology, but they're nevertheless essential. The U.S. government, and in particular the Department of Defense, has to counter this preeminence and try to counter this preeminence in multiple ways. DoD has been proactive in trying to identify areas of supply chain vulnerability, both in high-tech developmental efforts, areas such as quantum computing and AI, and in more routine areas such as chemical production. But with respect to the defense industrial base, many of the shortfalls arise from issues in the broader economy. There may be no way to fix the DIB without fixing broader issues. The United States has historically been able to overcome supply chain shocks by absorbing initial damage and then turning to its civilian industrial base to make up capacity. This approach relied on a large and growing industrial economy with significant excess capacity that could be readily converted to defense production. This favorable situation probably will not be true for future contingencies, very unlikely to be true, and the DIB would have a very difficult time reacting to surges in demand that we've seen in such cases as the war in Ukraine or U.S. operations in the Red Sea, where the demands for ordnance in particular have been far beyond what planners might have projected. Relying on the market to kick up adequate, innovative, and well-supported capability on its own is unrealistic. There are certainly innovative companies and people in the United States, some of whom would welcome business with the U.S. government. But businesses attempting to provide production needed by the United States government still face a challenge that a significant concentration of material, some of it precursor to the finished product, resides in China. Even if agencies could coordinate with every sub-tier supplier, most suppliers could not identify the origin of all the parts in the systems provided. For example, China has a 30 to 40% market share of the world's legacy semiconductors, not the advanced variety, but the legacy, which makes it likely that any equipment using a semiconductor, which includes machinery control systems, pumps, lighting circuits, things used in normal applications in the military, are likely to have Chinese parts. Measures such as stockpiling will have limited value. This approach assumes that we know which materials are likely to be most critical, have some idea of what wartime or other emergency demand would look like, and require storage of material in a way that ensures readiness for use. Such stockpiling can be effective in reducing vulnerability, but it is limited by our ability to forecast exact demand. However, some actions can be taken. First, someone must be in charge of government policy and response. Every cabinet-level agency in the U.S. government has some kind of supply chain center that is focused on threats of concerns to that agency. This is understandable given the range of complicated threats, but the proliferation of organizations has not resulted in and may have hampered a coherent approach across the government and private sector. Lack of coherence results in poor appreciation of systemic threats. Second, cultural and organizational problems largely associated with a previous emphasis on achieving efficiency in peacetime must be overcome. These start with the recognition that there is likely to be inherent inefficiency in keeping material or capacity to produce material just in case. What might make sense for a business in steady state might not make sense when facing wartime demand. Third, emphasis must be placed on development of capabilities specifically designed to have a small logistics footprint. Equipment that requires extensive maintenance repairs with large numbers of highly trained people needed to operate and maintain it plays directly into Chinese strengths in supplying key material and increases our vulnerability to supply chain disruption. Finally, comparative advantages among trading partners apply in the DIB just as they do in other sectors of the economy. In some cases, allies and partners have resources that the United States simply lacks, such as some kinds of critical materials. In other cases, it will be simply more efficient for one nation to produce some commodities while others produce related commodities. Allies and partners serve as a means of gaining mutually beneficial investment in cases where pooled investments might have a better chance of generating both required capital and potential markets. As a broad conclusion, China is certainly the pacing threat, but remediation is less a matter of countering China than of addressing challenges that the United States has created for itself. Several things might improve the approach toward the execution of supply chain security in the DIB and elsewhere, but these may apply regardless of the adversary. The best approach to the current vulnerability is not to seek ways to punish China, it is to find ways to remedy a situation that the United States, in fact, largely created by itself. Thank you.
Thank you. I will evoke chair's privilege and ask the first questions. Dr. Gorman, the scale of the challenge is vast and somewhat overwhelming. So can you help us orient ourselves towards the principles that we should be thinking through, both as it relates to prioritization of industries, but also as it relates to the potential responses that we might have to the challenges that we're seeing from China?
Sure, that's a big question. So I do think you actually hit on one of it, which is prioritization. We cannot do everything everywhere for every industry all at one time. So we are going to have to think through criticality. What are the most critical industries? I think some work has been done in this, but there is more work that can be done, particularly for the elements, and Dr. Martin touched on this as well, that may be upstream, might not be the leading tech, but at the end of the day, the product isn't going to work without them, whether it's for the defense industrial base or other critical sectors. So I think building on the work that's been done, trying to think through this issue of criticality and dependencies where the lack thereof would create critical issues for both our national and our economic security. There's another aspect here in terms of time, so prioritization on where we focus, but it's also when we focus and how much time it's going to take. There's some areas where we might be able to make faster progress quicker, whereas there are others that are going to take a number of years, but if we don't get started, we're going to be that much further behind. And so I think balancing those two is going to be really important as we start to look at where we're going to focus authorities and resources.
Thank you. Dr. Martin, anything to add to that?
Yes, we know something about what the demand for weapons and weapon systems are going to be in the event of a war. The place where we really need to focus in terms of the DIB is in the commodities that are essential to producing those types of things. We know a bit about it, but we don't know enough. What we know pretty well is that we can't react to surge. So the most pressing problem we have to deal with is surge for commodities that right now are only kept to a steady state level.
We're often responding to yesterday's problem. We are reactionary as opposed to anticipatory of the issue. Are there areas where you see an emerging threat where we are not focusing sufficient attention on currently? And conversely, do you think there are leapfrogging technologies that we should really be leaning into that could actually help some of the supply chain challenges that we are seeing now if we're sufficiently developing that technology?
I mean, I'll take the second question first. There certainly are leapfrogging technologies. It depends on which industry we're talking about, but take the pharmaceutical sector. There's continuous manufacturing. There are new biotechnologies that provide new ways to manufacture very important medicines. The challenge we have is scaling those, and it's kind of this perpetual challenge we've had in the United States for a while, where we have the technology, but we need the patient capital, we need the time, and we need the investment to actually scale them to commercial level. There's also going to be trade-offs. We can't do it for everything. So I think starting to prioritize, determining where investment in those new technologies will help to get us there would be a start. There's other industries, but that is the one that I know best, so I'll leave it there.
When we start talking about scaling, we have to think about what we think we would face in the event of a conflict. That's thinking future. That's thinking about what we think we're going to have to fight in the next war. The thing I think has become clear is that we have no idea how vast the demand for munitions, for spare parts, for those types of things are likely to be in the event of a major war with somebody like China. We have examples right now that we can draw on. We should be drawing on those to try to understand better how we can be prepared. I'll give you an example. Nobody expected Ukraine to go through as many artillery shells in the time that it went through artillery shells as it did. There were more artillery shells used in a month than we had previously produced in a year. Now we're trying to expand that type of production, but why did we end up in that position? Well, it was because we weren't thinking clearly about what the next conflict might look like. Right now, we have put ourselves into a fairly serious jam when it comes to ordnance that might be needed in the Western Pacific. The volume that we could generate, the ability to meet the surge demand there is not anywhere near sufficient. So that, to your point, what should we prioritize and what should come first? I mean, these seem like very clear priorities that we should be trying to deal with right now.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Gorman, I'd like to ask you about something you wrote about in your testimony, which is the scale tool at the Department of Commerce. You note all the things the tool can do, which is utilizing various data sources that are available. But you also outline what it can't do. And the major problem, which you do highlight, is that this is based on sort of publicly available data and not what private companies are doing. When the scale tool is being created, I don't know how much insight you can give into this, what type of thought was there into requiring private companies to track their own supply chains? Why didn't it happen? Was it cost? Was it the priorities over supply chains is still not there to be able to sort of bulldoze companies into doing what they don't want to do? What was the thought process into doing it the way it was done, as opposed to the more thorough way requiring private companies to do the hard work?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think some of it was just what's the data that is available, because we need to build a tool, and there's a lot of data that the government sits on today that was not being analyzed. And I think we find that in multiple agencies. We need to use the data we have. Scale is a start. It can certainly be expanded, and other agencies also have data that's not even feeding into Scale right now. There was discussion. I mean, I was sitting at the White House working with the commerce folks. There was discussion, but the authorities to compel that data are relatively limited and typically sort of situation dependent. So during the public health emergency, there were options for HHS, for example, to compel additional data. There was also a bit of a bully pulpit where HHS could work with the distributors for the supply chain control tower because we wanted to make sure medical supplies got to where they needed to go. But when you're not in a crisis situation, the interest of companies to do that dies down. And I can talk through sort of why companies think the way they do, but the reality is they hold that data. They don't understand why the government's going to use it. The government doesn't really have systems to receive it. And so it becomes very complex very quickly. But I think, as I said in my testimony, because companies sit on that data, exploring those public-private partnerships is going to be really crucial for us to get to the next level of this work.
Okay. And to follow that chain, when you were looking at chemicals and the key starting materials, which are not available in any of the public data, was there a debate about whether the government should go deeper on this, or because it seems like there's one of the things that this hearing is highlighted is how it is completely insufficient to just look at APIs or to look at final products. The key sourcing materials are really the key to understanding what our underlying vulnerabilities are. They're not present in the scale tool. They can only be done by private companies. Was this something that was talked about back and forth, but again, it was a matter, there's just not enough political pressure, not enough political prioritization at the time to be able to let policymakers know exactly how important these key starting materials are in the entire process, supply chain process?
Yeah, it certainly was discussed more in the context of work around pharmaceutical supply chain specifically, as opposed to in the scale tool. I think scale looked at chemicals writ large, but the HTS schedule doesn't allow you to distinguish at that level when it comes to KSMs. And I think HHS has said in a variety of ways, and certainly there were a lot of policy discussions around the need for this, but that would require additional authorities. And amongst the many, many priorities that were debated at the time, that was not one that came forward. But I think as some work was done and the need became more clear, that remains an opportunity that hopefully can get taken up by the current administration and folks who are focused on it, because it is not an area that was explored as much as it should have.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Martin, you mentioned labor being a topic that the Commission should be tracking more closely, and I appreciate that you highlighted that, because it's a word that hasn't actually been talked about that much today in any of the panels. Can you give us a little more insight into what labor shortages are most critical in terms of the defense industrial base? What are we missing here?
We are very short of workers for shipyards. I mean, that's an obvious place where we could start. That there are ships that are way behind schedule and delivery. There are ships that aren't being maintained properly, largely because we don't have the labor to do it. Now, that is a supply chain problem in the sense that you can't complete the work without the people to do it. However, other places, we have difficulty, we're going to have difficulty meeting reshoring semiconductor in any big way because of the training levels of the American industry. We recently did a workshop with people from the chemical industry. Their indication is they have a very difficult time getting not so much PhD chemists as people who are qualified to do the technical work, the less sophisticated but still essential work. Another example is even in quantum computing, we have heard that they got plenty of people in labs. I mean, plenty of people is obviously exaggeration, but there are people in labs who are capable of working on the most advanced stuff. Where we have real problems are at the level of the factory level. We would have a hard time establishing that type of supply chain because we just don't have the trained people to do that type of work.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Freeberg.
Thank you very much. Dr. Martin, if I could start with you. It seems to me that we're, last 5 years or so, we're trying to come to grips with the consequences of the convergence of two trends. One is the ongoing change in the character of the American economy, and in particular of our manufacturing capacity and our increased dependence on China for so many manufactured goods. And the other, and this I think is something that's grown since the Ukraine war, is the recognition of the continued plausibility of scenarios of protracted high-intensity conventional warfare. Is that an accurate description of the problem, would you say? It's those two things coming together?
I think that's a very accurate way to describe it. The U.S. economy continues to evolve, and people move into what they move into, and industries move around, and capital moves where capital is going to go. We are still dealing with a situation, though, where the ability to use military force and the ability to credibly conduct a deterrent, carry out a deterrent, depends on the ability to produce a certain amount of advanced manufacturing type of capability. That advanced manufacturing capability has migrated out of the United States, and more to the point, even if we could get parts of that back, the precursor materials that go into that are coming from other places. We've only lately started to really think about the dilemma that you're talking about, and I think the way you've described it is a very accurate way to portray where we are.
So it would seem that in order to deal with this, you'd have to start, as you said, with some kind of estimate of what the demands would be of a scenario like this, the demands for weapons and munitions and so on, and then you'd sort of work backwards. What would be the capacity for producing those things, and then what materials would you need in order to make those things, and so on. Is there any place in the U.S. government where anything resembling such an assessment is underway?
No.
Okay.
No, to be blunt, I mean, clearly the military has planners that are worried about what the munitions expenditure is likely to be and what the spare parts expenditure is likely to be. The connection between what's planned and what might happen and how the defense industrial base is aligned is not there.
And also the problem would be it's not just the defense industrial base, it's the whole industrial base.
That is correct.
Okay, so we're even further away from that. The Defense Department may be doing the tip of the spear, but nobody is doing the larger.
The further back you go, the worse it gets, yes.
Okay, so Dr. Gorman, on this score, it seems that you're describing the need for a mechanism which would be at the peak of the federal government pyramid, presumably at the White House level, and which would have two kinds of tasks. One would be this sort of panoramic assessment of supply chains and vulnerabilities on the one hand, and the other would be the coordination of the tools that would be needed in order to create some of the capacity to fill those gaps. Is that an accurate description of what you're prescribing?
Yes, that is an accurate description. I appreciate that the National Security Council right now is undergoing some changes, so how that actually plays out, we have yet to see. But right now, the lack of coordination across the government really creates an incoherent approach to the problem which you described.
Thank you.
At some level, all these efforts do need to become brought into a point where coordination is taking place.
Dr. Gorman?
Yeah, so I would agree with that. And I think a lot of this has been the learning curve over the last 4 years as we saw agencies start to build agency-level capabilities, and then this proliferation, Dr. Martin touched on that as well. There was some legislation for a while that envisioned maybe the Department of Commerce would be first amongst equals and coordinate, but the reality is the Department of Commerce is not going to tell the Department of Defense what to do on supply chains, so it really is likely going to be needed to be a centralized function, and it's assessment, it's strategy, and then it's execution. It's actually getting it done.
So it would seem that the White House Council on Supply Chain Resilience, in a way, is a sort of skeleton of that, an ad hoc or not quite ad hoc grouping that brings together people from all those relevant bureaucracies. Would you agree that it will be necessary to have something that is more permanent and established, some kind of mechanism at almost the NSC level or National Economic Council level to perform those tasks on an ongoing basis?
Yes, absolutely. I think it should be permanent. It should be institutionalized. There should be some level of continuity between administrations because these are long-term plays. Obviously, there's going to be a political leadership required for whichever administration, but it doesn't happen in 4-year chunks, and that's partly how we got here. So we do need something permanent and institutionalized.
I just note that that's something that the Commission has recommended 2 years ago.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my appreciation to both the witnesses. Obviously, we've been talking a lot in today's hearing about leverage and dependencies and vulnerabilities, and it strikes me that that's probably a two-way street. So curious as to what China's greatest vulnerabilities and dependencies are. I suspect those are fairly easy to identify based on what the party has said and what the party has done. But do challenges in data collection and analysis and our visibility into China's supply chains inhibit our ability to identify other vulnerabilities that may exist, number one? And number two, would two experts like yourselves speaking with folks in China trying to assess how the party is doing, identifying vulnerabilities and responding to them. What do you think their assessment is? What is, when, as some of the questions have been posed, what's the worst case scenario in the party's perspective?
Okay. China is very aware of its supply chain vulnerabilities, and in fact is committed to the idea of vertical integration. And if you look at wherever a critical mineral, for example, is being mined, they'll have a company, they'll have interest in the port, they will transport the stuff on Chinese shipping, and they will get it to one of the 10 largest ports in the world, which are largely in China. So they're very well aware of this type of vulnerability. And they spend a lot of time thinking about how they could avoid being made vulnerable in the event of a crisis. They're aware of the Malacca dilemma. They think a lot about that type of thing. And so their worst case is something like something gets cut off, we can't export things, we're going to have to, we'll have to deal with the economic disruption. Their biggest vulnerability is that they have to export stuff. So somebody has to buy the things that they make. They've not made the transition from being an export-based economy to being one that's more internally balanced. So they would be hurt. If there were something came up between the United States and China, and there's something beyond a trade war, some major sort of contingency, they would be hurt. But then it comes down to a matter of who can stand it longer. And we don't actually have the answer to that, but part of that, you can look at the difference in the way each country responded to COVID, and China locked down and more or less maintained order. The United States went a different, we didn't lose order, but we did go a different direction. So I think the answer is their vulnerability is the same as that. If we don't consume things, they've got a problem, but they have thought a lot about how they'll deal with this, and I don't think that we've matched that. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, I would underscore that. I think they have thought a lot about this, but their vulnerabilities are export-oriented. We certainly saw just with the drop-off in trade in April, China's exports didn't really decline. They just were diverted to other areas. I think we could see that at least as a short-term mitigating measure on their part. You asked in terms of lack of visibility into China, and that is a challenge, particularly on the government side and government data. If things are being wholly done within China, it's very difficult for us to know. But companies know, and I say that as somebody who used to oversee a global team, who had a team on the ground in mainland China. The companies know where things are coming from, and they know who their suppliers are, and those suppliers know who their suppliers are. And so that's where I think thinking about more opportunities for public-private collaboration with American companies who know where their things are coming from would help to provide some of that visibility that we don't have today.
And that is a nice follow-up on the question I'd ask during our second panel about proprietary information. A lot of these companies obviously might be sensitive to sharing precisely that sort of information with their competitors, with the government, with the public. So what sort of barriers in your experience exist? You talk about the scale tool that would, if not make it public in a newspaper, but would allow the government to assess it, share it agency to agency, and otherwise foster more visibility into these global value chains.
Yeah, so there's two questions in there. So agency to agency is one challenge, and then proprietary data from companies is a different one. Agency to agency, some of it is legal, some of it is institutional. I think, again, the FDA has collected a lot of information on the pharmaceutical supply chain base as part of its regulatory function. That data is not shared because it is considered business proprietary, confidential. It's not even shared within HHS. And it wasn't collected for supply chain purposes. But if there is a way to sort of build out a supply chain purpose that provides for legal sharing, both within the agency and across agencies, that would help. Because right now the agencies are bound by the purpose for which the data was collected. When it comes to corporate data, this is challenging because companies' concerns are legitimate. Again, speaking as somebody who served as a corporate executive, and from a government side, we tend to be thinking about things from such a high level that we may not fully understand why a particular company's supply chain looks the way it does. And so companies are going to be reluctant to share data without being able to explain that. They're going to be reluctant, understandably, to share data if there are problems that they're trying to tackle because they don't know what the government's going to do. We have a lot of enforcement power. And so I think being able to navigate some of those things and perhaps come up with a mechanism that allows for a safer space to share that for understanding purposes would help. Again, in a crisis, everyone rolls up their sleeves and works together, and we saw that with the supply chain control tower. But when you don't have the forcing function of a crisis, you need to come up with another mechanism to make sure all parties are clear on why the data is being used and what it will not be used for to drive that comfort level.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Hodges? We're going to go to Commissioner Keiken, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Hodges.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Really appreciate it. Dr. Martin, you had started down a road talking about quantum, and then you sort of wrapped up very quickly. It's an area where the commission made some recommendations last year. I don't remember the exact words of it, but basically it was to figure out like what supply chains look like and where the U.S. should make a active decision to sort of vertically integrate, just because of global supply chains and where the risk is. If we were to make sort of recommendations this year, how would you think about the quantum ecosystem, whether it's a workforce issue or a supply chain issue? We'd really just be interested in your views on that. And let me just sort of couch it in this way, that at least the way I think about it is quantum is an area, at least with quantum compute, is an area where there's an incredible first mover advantage. And so, if there's places where we should think about over-indexing the United States, this might be one of those places.
The quantum computing at the moment is heavily funded. Quantum computing at the moment is heavily featured in the academic setting. There are a lot of labs and so forth that are working very hard to make big advantages from that. The supply chains that would go with that are not well developed, and what has to happen in order for supply chains to develop is some decisions have to be made about what it takes to industrialize, to go from the laboratory into the field. And what that would imply is that somebody has to make a decision that this is the direction that the field is going to go, and that as a result, supply chains form around that. But the problem that I've identified has been that the supply chain for a bespoke type of product is going to be very vulnerable. So eventually, quickly, at some point, we're going to have to converge on the right technology, and I'm not going to try to say what that's going to be, but the right technology is decided upon, and from that, a market is established, and from that, supply chain naturally follows.
I'm going to try to translate what I think you said, which was there's a academic belief that there are multiple pathways to a quantum computer, thing one, and then thing two, that until there's sort of a clear pathway to whichever pathway ends up proving to be the most fertile, we don't know which supply chain to build. Fair read?
Well, it is, but the supply chain is established by the fact that a path is arrived at. Yeah. People are buying the product, and as a result, the supply chain can follow from that. But nobody's going to invest in supply chains for 15 different products.
Dr. Gorman, I saw you nod your head. Do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, I mean, I generally would agree with that, and I think it's one of the challenges we face more generally is that if we wait until the market is established, and that's a significant advantage that China has because China says, we're going to establish this market and we're going to invest in it even when we're losing money until we build it to scale, and by that time, the market's already established by the time we start investing. So that is one of the fundamental challenges.
I love the way you put that. That was actually perfect. Thank you. I'm going to ask Dr. Martin, just because I heard you mention shipbuilding, but Dr. Gorman, please chime in. You clearly have a ton of expertise in this space. So shipbuilding, do we need more workers, or do we need more, you were talking about welders, I think, Dr. Martin. Do we need more human welders, or do we just need to develop robot welders? And I ask this question because as we sort of look at, the conflict in Ukraine, as we look towards 2027 and a prospective Taiwan conflict, and you sort of think about, modernizing the U.S. Military, I sometimes wonder, is the question, should we have more sort of aircraft carriers and more large ships, or do we need more smaller ships that can do more things? Do we need to think more about autonomy? Do we need to think more about semi-autonomous systems? And then that sort of leads the question into manufacturing, which is in the manufacturing space, do we need people or do we need robots, or what do we need? And the Commission's heard a lot about this over the course of this year. Liza Tobin was at the hearing that Commissioner Shriver and I co-chaired, where she had actually a pretty powerful story to tell about advanced manufacturing. And one of the stories she told, which I did not fully appreciate, was the story of KUKA Robots, which is this incredible robot manufacturing company that basically had a hostile takeover out of Germany into China. So it was an extraordinary story. Welcome your reactions to the sort of narrative and see what you think. And both of you, please.
Certainly robotics will play a role in future industrial production, and that needs to be understood and exploited. For a while, however, for a significant period, there's going to be a need for skilled human workers to do the work that you need to carry out on, for example, ships. So it's a cost-benefit type of thing. There are times when it's going to be better to have a person rather than a robot. There's other times where clearly the best path is to rapidly automate. And then with your question about what force design ought to look like, we've looked at that a lot. Big, sophisticated, really complicated things are hard to maintain. We do need to be thinking very hard about a larger force of highly automated types of things that are more readily dispersed.
If I may add, I agree. I think it's robots, it's also people, but there's a cost calculation here too. The more you automate, the more upfront investment there is in capital, and the more you also are doing it differently. So the qualification process for those parts, if you're using advanced manufacturing, is different. That takes time. That also, you're against the inertia of the existing industrial base. And so you need more money up front, more capital, more attention to automate more quickly, whereas it's cheaper if you can do it with more people, but maybe not the best bet in a long time. So those are the types of decisions that we are going to have to wrestle with as we think about the future of the DIB.
So I think I heard you say change is hard and do both.
Yes.
Okay.
Chair Price.
Thank you. Dr. Gorman, I'm going to go back to the pharmaceutical issue. And you addressed some of this in your verbal testimony, some in your written testimony, and some just now in answering some of the questions, but I'm going to be redundant and ask again. Using the pharmaceutical issue, and you specifically talk about lack of data, could you talk what we're missing, what you are suggesting we do to fix it?
Sure. So the FDA has quite a bit of data on who makes what, from APIs forward. So APIs, finished dose product, et cetera. FDA does not have volume data. So a finished dose manufacturer may report 3 different API manufacturers, but the FDA doesn't know where the APIs are actually coming from. FDA does not have key starting material data. So the API manufacturers know. They know where they're getting their stuff from, but the finished dose manufacturer may not know, and if they do know, that it's not something that they have to report to FDA. So I think there's a volume question to better understand the actual production, not just what could be. And then there's also more upstream elements that we need to understand. And in addition to KSMs, you also have excipients and other ancillaries that may not be key to the medicine itself, but they're key in terms of how it's delivered or how you keep the medicine stable. Those are sort of the nails and the widgets that we have in other types of manufacturing that we don't think about, but you can't deliver the drug without it. And so that's another area where FDA is really lacking in data, and ideally would be an area that would be looked at.
So what do we need to fix to get what we need?
Volume data, ask for volume data reporting, and then mandate additional data upstream.
Does it go through FDA or goes through someplace else in government?
So it's a good question. I think FDA has systems set up today to collect this kind of information. They also have the relationships with the companies to do that. That is difficult to replicate quickly elsewhere. So it's probably the most obvious place to start. But going back to some of the earlier discussion, you don't want the data only to live there if you're looking at it for supply chain purposes. And even within HHS, you have multiple aspects of the pharmaceutical supply chain, really end to end, of FDA is the regulator, ASPR, which has money through its industrial base office to invest in US manufacturing, and then CMS, which sets reimbursement patterns and can really sort of signal on the demand side what is important. There's a real opportunity even within HHS to think end to end, and how do we use that ability at both ends of the supply chain to start to drive stronger incentives towards resilience.
Thank you. Dr. Martin, you highlighted lots of issues that we have. What's your top suggestion? We have to do X to fix some of these things.
The top suggestion would be to think seriously about the problem of surge. Surge is the most difficult problem that we have because we don't know how to deal with a crisis. And we are accustomed to the idea that if there is a crisis, if we scramble around enough and we spend enough money, we'll be able to fix it. But the truth of the matter is we no longer have that type of industrial capability. And I'm talking about surge being an issue across a variety of commodities, not just in the DIB, but pharmaceuticals are another example. If we have a war with China, or a significant reduction in trade with China, would not be able to react to increased demand if that were to happen.
And where would that thinking sit?
Well, I'm happy to do it.
And we're doing it here, right?
No, I think that this comes back to the national body that we were talking about, the integrating body that resides at the level of the president and the president's staff, because this is across the whole of government, the whole of nation. It's that type of issue. Right now, we are where the United States was in 1948 when it was looking at how is it going to deal with national defense, which resulted in the National Security Council, all variety of different ways of dealing with the problem. We don't have a comparable thing right now for the type of environment we're in. That's the body that would do this.
Yes.
Just to add to that, I agree with the need for coordinating, but there's also accountability and attention. And in this space, more than any other, it feels like as soon as the crisis passes, everybody forgets, moves on to something else. And that's part of what got us here in the first place. So congressional accountability for, if a body were established, having regular accountability to Congress to report on what is being found to ensure that that attention continues in the executive branch and the focus remains even when we're not in a crisis situation.
Thank you very much.
Vice Chair Shriver.
Thank you. Very much appreciate the witnesses and appreciate being educated by you. I'm going to yield my time to my colleagues who are much smarter than I am on these issues.
Commissioner Slavin.
Okay. Thank you both again, and I don't want to be redundant to some of the topics that have been covered. I guess I'd want to go back again to what you both have spoken well on, just the interagency soup, I'd call it, and the lack of coherence you both have discussed. Folks who have watched 8-year-olds play soccer, there's that aspect of everyone running towards the ball, and having come out of an agency, I say that with having participated in some of that stuff. But if we agree that the White House counsel, picking up on Commissioner Friedberg's observation, that the White House counsel is kind of where the consensus is built and forced, take us a step further. What's the action that you would outline, the punch list, not to a specific sector so much, but like if you can just take us a step further as to like what would you see if in terms of we're past the reports, we're past the data, we have all the information, what are like some of the steps you'd see moving forward?
Sure. So I would characterize the council as a start. It brought together the right people. It was established by executive order. But the council, the cabinet members alone are not going to do this. It's going to happen at deeper levels within the agency, and it's going to happen, it has to happen on a near daily basis. So there needs to be some body below the council, if you will, that is permanent, that continues that focus, that makes recommendations to the council. In addition, there's got to be some strategy behind it, and that I think comes from some sort of reporting requirements in terms of reporting on critical sectors, reporting on even what constitutes criticality, what are the sort of factors that we think of to define which our critical sectors are, because those change over time. We've seen changes just in the last 4 years. Continuous updating of that, continuous or regular reporting in terms of what the issues are, and then not just what the issues are, but what can be done about them. And from my time in government, that was actually one of the most challenging, was saying, okay, now we know what the issue is, but what are we going to do about it? There's a lot of smart people who can come up with good ideas, but they need to sort of be focused on that and not pulled in whatever the other crisis of the day is. And so I think establishing a framework that requires that focus, institution focus, and then ongoing accountability in terms of what the issues are, what the assessment is, and then what can be done about them would hopefully start to drive some momentum.
Thanks. Dr. Martin?
Broadly defined, the largest national security problems that we deal with right now, which are not confined strictly to the national security problems that we're discussing, are broader. They deal with economic issues as well as with, the access issues, those types of things. Define what that problem is. What is the most likely thing that we think we're going to have to deal with? From that, extrapolate, or actually it's not really extrapolating, but it's moving backward toward what vulnerabilities are created, what's being done, who's responsible for dealing with those vulnerabilities, and are those vulnerabilities being addressed, or are they even identified? I'd start with that. I'd take a year to do it, and then I would say that what this tells us is our biggest challenges are wherever they are. And from there, you can start having agencies moving forward in a fairly cohesive way. As it is now, we wait for a crisis, we react, we create a task force to deal with the crisis, but we need to have some regular planning, and that's what this organization would do.
Agreed. And the national security concerns could be a slow burn until you realize they're right in front of you. I'll yield back the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stivers.
Thank you all for being here. I'd like to talk more about data. A lot of the discussion we've had is about data collection, how and your policy recommendations that you put forward on incomplete supply chain data, lack of coordination between departments and agencies in the government and between the private sector and the government in general. Certainly, supply chain data information is essential. Of course, it's an obvious thing to say. But I feel like we do have a sense of what our supply chain vulnerabilities are and how we're dependent on China and how others in the world are dependent on China. Certainly in the broad frames, we do have that information, maybe not some of the specific data that you're referring to in your testimonies. And it seems the breakdown in our response is less about the lack of data and more about lack of resolve, a painfully slow policy process, and innovative responses. You all are a lot more sophisticated on these issues than I am, so I'd like you to help connect the two. In what ways are lack of data holding back specific policy responses that could help us convince Congress about the need to invest and prioritize data to move the policy process along?
So some thoughts on that. We definitely have a broad sense of where our vulnerabilities are. What we are lacking right now is when you specifically get into industries and start to drill into those industries, it's some of the nuances which on the face of it may not seem as important, but when you get down into the incentives and the behavior of the folks playing in that market, they become very important. So just in the chip space, a lot of attention focused to leading edge, but then China dominates in terms of legacy chips. And we've got to think about the incentive structure to ensure that they don't dominate in terms of legacy chips. I think you see that in multiple industries, and maybe where there's opportunity is to drill into specific industry data to better understand the market dynamics so that we can start to change the incentive structure so that the actors are working towards different incentives, which ideally drives them away from China and towards a more resilient sourcing model?
We don't know what we don't know. So we may think we appreciate what the broad challenges are, but I'm not sure that we actually have a really good sense of where the vulnerabilities lay. But I don't think that studying it to death is necessarily the right answer either. And there are some cases where exposure of data is just going to tell us, well, yeah, we're exposed. So what I think what we do have to do is recognize the incentive structures are what really drive how people behave within supply chains. We need to understand that we're trying to create a collective good situation. We're saying supply chain security, economic security is something that we all value, but the individual actors within the process are not going to value it that much because free rider, the whole type of thing that goes with the provision of a collective good. So I think that what we probably need to spend a lot of time thinking about is how do we create the correct incentives to do things like prepare for surge. There is no natural incentive for a company to prepare for what could happen, maybe in a disaster. There's a propensity to want to do it on a, but what works on a daily basis is where the focus is. So I think we have to recast our thinking about it. We don't necessarily need to go into great depth about every supply chain. We just need to know how to make people act in a way that's going to create a secure one.
Okay. So, thank you.
Mr. Hodges.
Hi, good afternoon. So I was reading one of your testimonies this morning, and according to an industry study, 71% of industries source more than 70% of imports from China and Russia. And yet when I look at sort of the efforts that are being coordinated and prioritized, we're focusing heavily on military supply chains. In your perspective, while that's extremely important, I'm sure we all agree, how dangerous is it for us to just ignore other future tech? And how can we, this gets kind of to your last point, sir, is incentivize the structure where we're pursuing those things that we think are going to be there in the future that are actually going to have a tangible impact on our lives here if we go to war for whatever reason that are currently putting us vulnerable because we have all this material coming in that it's coming from adversaries.
I mean, Dr. Martin is the expert on the DIB more so than I am, but there are significant vulnerabilities, and I think he touched on this as well. Just if you think about the DIB, because of the dependencies on commercially available products. And so I think what we learned during COVID is not understanding where those commercial dependencies are really can have an impact on both economic and national security. And so I think that is partly why this work is so important, and broadening the definition of national security is critical, because there are key military hardware that are dependent on commercially available things that we may or may not make in the United States. And so continuing to understand that, shining a light on it, they're not always the coolest products, the most advanced products, but it's for want of a nail, the kingdom was lost. There's that old poem. Sometimes that nail is absolutely crucial, and we need to know what those are.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right that focusing exclusively on the DIB is a mistake. I believe I stated that the weaknesses that we see in the defense industrial base reflect weaknesses in the broader economy. And trying to fix the problem by focusing specifically on the things that are DIB specific, I think is a good way to continue to create problems. With that said, the incentive structures are what drive behavior. China is the major supplier of manufactured equipment to the United States for a reason. I mean, to the world for a reason. It's because of the way they set the incentive structure up. We set up an incentive structure that rewarded migrating industry and supply chains to China, and we're seeing the result. This is not going to get fixed overnight, but I completely agree with you that the only way at this is to figure out why people buy things the way they buy things and produce things the way they produce them.
Thank you for that. I think it's worth noting that China also accomplishes the dominance that they've achieved at taking losses through what they're investing in, because they do see a strategic interest in the long term to do so. So thank you for your testimony, very valuable.
Great, thank you. Any additional questions from commissioners? Keiken?
I'd never turn down a second round. There's a third panel, we're doing a second round. Dr. Gorman and Dr. Martin, as I was listening to you guys, one of the things I remembered was a colleague of mine in the Schumer operation and I tried to set up like a supply chain shop of some sort in the Department of Commerce while we were building out chips and science. And there were only a few times where my email inbox like exploded with anger and rage. And I vividly remember this being one of them. And the pushback from industry at the time was, we don't want to be compelled to give you anything, you being the government broadly, like Uncle Sam. We're happy with voluntary requirements. And there was a lot of just pushback in this space. What you're suggesting is basically going to have a lot of backlash from industry, probably in every sector. So how should we think about this, recognizing that challenge? And how do we sort of craft something that accomplishes what you both seem to be advocating for, but at the same time doesn't create this sort of adversarial relationship between industry and the government? And listen, I get it. If you're a company that's reporting quarterly profits and you're being compelled to hand over data, or you're being compelled to shift your supply chains that increase costs and brings down your quarterly profits, like that's not a very appealing arrangement for you. So you guys have clearly done a lot more thinking than I have in this space. So just sort of walk us through how you would sort of knuckle through this policy challenge.
Yeah, I can certainly understand the reaction of industry. And on the one hand, is government even equipped to deal with all of the potential incoming that would come from companies? I'm not sure the government is or even should be. So that's where I wonder, could the discussions focus more on incentives? And there certainly are players in certain industries who would talk more fully about what would be the types of incentives that would potentially shift behaviors. There's also, and I touched on it briefly in my written testimony, but thinking about how our markets work, and are there other incentives, including in, say, the financial markets, to think about companies stress testing their supply chains and understanding where their vulnerabilities are. We saw a number of our companies surprised by the COVID shocks. Ideally, and that is real risk, there's real cost to that, but the market doesn't price that in right now. And so would there be ways to even think about how the market could start to price some of these risks to help companies think about it? There is a short-term cost potentially if you're holding more inventory or you're dual sourcing. But if you could accurately price the value of doing that in a shock scenario, maybe the market would reward it more. So I do think there are some innovative ways that we could start to think about the incentive structures, including how business works, and ideally start to build some of that into business planning.
So the part I couldn't figure out as I was listening to you is, what's the incentive? Are they getting a reward? Are they getting, like, is it like my dog? Is he getting a treat? Like, I'm not understanding what the incentive is if you're a company, right? It seems like, it sounded very appealing. It sounds like you're still compelling the government. You're still compelling a company to potentially give over information to the government that they don't want to give up.
You could potentially see reporting around supply chain metrics. So there's been some academic work, some great work, but it's still somewhat preliminary on measuring supply chain risk. So what's your time to recover in the case of some sort of exogenous shock? What's your time to survive if certain parts of your supply chain system were taken down? Those are the types of metrics that you could start to think about. Imagine if Wall Street analysts were asking, what is your TTR? What is your TTS? Like, imagine if that was part of the reporting that companies did and did as part of their planning. You're not compelling them any particular way to set up their supply chain, but you are asking them to think about what would be the cost and the impact if there were shocks.
It seems like the most natural way to do that would be creating a requirement for the SEC to ask that kind of information of people in their, whatever the number of the report is, the 1720 or the 1902 or whatever it is.
Yeah, and it would be worth, this is an area that I think should be explored much more deeply than this brief conversation, but I think there is some opportunity there to build in supply chain resilience thinking and measurement into how companies are evaluated on their balance sheets.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. Any views?
Yes, compelling companies to give things is going to be a losing proposition. They'll find ways to get around it. They'll be irritated. You'll get nasty emails. I mean, it's not, that's probably not the right approach. However, what we are talking about is how do we provide something that's collectively good that everybody's going to benefit from, that no one individual is going to benefit from on their own. So the types of incentives you have to create are, first off, we have to say publicly, we've created a situation where we're trying to fix what we view as a national problem, and we need your help. That actually can carry some weight. Another part of this is to say, we're not using this data, the data we ask for is anonymized or whatever, we're not trying to use this in a regulatory framework. We're using this as economic data in order to analyze where we think vulnerabilities might be. It can be facilitated by there being normal arrangements, normal meetings, normal discussions between industry and this big organization that we're talking about. I mean, everybody loves meetings, of course, but what I'm really discussing is establishing a environment of trust is probably part of this whole discussion. Compulsion and then saying, give me these buckets of data and I'll go analyze it is a bad practice. It wouldn't work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Well, with that, I would like to thank our witnesses for their excellent testimony. Testimony will be available as well as the recording of the hearing on our website. And with that, we are adjourned.